don't end up
the CIFG Radio Program of the Year, Ekosiisen. The CIFG Radio Program of the Year, Ekosiisen. Are you ready? You are listening to the CIFG Radio Program of the Year, Ekosiisen, on Asempa 94.7 FM.
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7.
Let's now do the 27th award for the Night Radio Program of the Year 2020. The sponsor is the Ghana Journalists Association. Let's welcome the presenter of the award, none other, yours and mine, Mr. Athol Morny, the National President of the GJA. Please, a round of applause. The winner goes home with a memento, citation, and certificate. Ladies and gentlemen, the radio program of the year 2020 goes to Asempa FM Ekosiisen. Well, the host, I don't know who he has not interviewed yet. Congratulations to all of you, the entire team at Asempa FM's Ekosiisen. Congratulations to you for emerging the radio program of the year 2020.
The award for the political program of the year radio going to Ekosiisen of Asempa FM. Ekosiisen, Asempa FM.
Political program of the year radio Ekosiisen. How did it end? And the host of the show, OB, steps up to pick the award.
Congratulations, Ekosiisen.
It's always a pleasure coming to Asempa where the truth is spoken.
Well, I know that Asempa has gained a lot of experience. Asempa is one of the, not the forerunners, but in terms of coverage and listenership, you stand tall. The new FM stations that are coming into the arena are not calling on you to exit, them to survive. Is that what is happening? No. They are learning from you. They are learning under your feet. They are also trying as much as possible to find space. And, there's enough in the world for everybody. There's enough in the world for everybody. And so I think that those who are coming up, we definitely will encourage the injection of new blood. But you cannot also totally do away with the experience.
Samuel Atachi, Honorable Minister in charge of Works and Housing, Member of Parliament for Ebuakwa South.
Yeah, that's time I have had. If I have any aje. Na any man that down never to accommodate so. Minimum set Ghana that wakuma so. Sounds when the damakuma so. Yeah. Until you hear na o man in Peja.
Chairman Akwaba that saying
Obi. Midasi bebre. Nyamida chain. I mean, Obi. Obi. Eastern region for so much help.
Asempa FM.
Now you say they identify out. Now we just know dare to say Ejumadi out here. And they said the Eastern region for you no. Obi nyame Israbosu account. Inti udana ubompaya. I bring in no or the na ho den chewe pa. No wadana sise wa ma onim dia to me the yes ejuma. Because Eastern region ya one region now. Bibia obeya wo Ghana ha. So mo ji otuma Obeso CD. One John to Mount into Chow, and I said, "Immediate can."
Chief Bine, Aquabana, upon to then.
Bonsu.
Fantastic. Now, Mete for one catcher, Bibia Bokoa.
Oh, Yagoponadum, Bibia, that now was what
Yaminadum, Kakranka, ye Pimson Kakranka.
Asempa, I will know what you now watch this. So, Ghana, I have been to wonder, Abra, one year Rambo, Morocco to be out of my aswat.
Fantastic.
Ghana Manda on us.
Ernest Yaokomi, Sakwaba saying,
Yami Dubi,
Bibi Akoi,
Yamiadum, the Yami, Ashe Swama, Fiako, Asamba Betu India. Na Yamina was here danasi, na Yadagana Funyanasi, na Adofon Swa, Omuzwa Kosutai, Chinia, dia bring your mushy in crying. Emma Yensono, Yabumwe, Gusu Timi, Jumanes and a city and on Tenkane, your party for near party in penny for, and so no. Yenda Munyanasi, the Mefakuni Swachi Aminian Metia if he Aquitian and party Munina, Aquitia constituency, Yachiam. And can me chairman or a friend Alaji Baba Yakubu.
Constituency chairman.
Aye. Okay. But no friend Baba Yanku. Ubi enda Monsomasi. Oh, esan say whether we come on the show or not, it is show no. Now it's one of the impressive shows. Uti I would say. You are either being educated or informed. Now, I am share some of us now in a more personal relationship, and I share the team spirit. I am Modiye Jumana. It is very, very interesting.
With a great respect, Obi, Asempa Moyebi, and you continue to do better. Especially Obi, questions I will tell beside you. Hey, I think I'm yet to see Obi have a contest too.
Dr. Koboy, Aquaba, na poem to say, Obi. In fact, we are too much. We are too much. First of all, Obi are too much. Me too much. Secondly, no, Obi Timanya time for me. Thirdly, no, you go back and report to me say, Metna seven one no move from him. Oh, in fact, Obi. We are too much. Nah, and yeah, look when no one come. You never be Rebecca. Some of your mom say about Loswa. So far, no now the first class. Nah, dear AC Nature say, Lord Rancher Obi. Now you saw anyone say Obi Judge. Nah, that's my Dusro. I'm a wife spring. Oh, fantastic.
Asempa FM.
Your Excellency, Akwaba na Otten.
Hey, Obi, Yamina Dumiehui. Bibia Boko, me chete fupa. Na mabahan me hude Zabasa. Wabrabo. Sande Obi and the minimum security takra this year. Nationally, the level baby will do royal. So wow, that's great. It's great. It's good to see you.
Good to see you.
You see, that has always been my philosophy. We hasn't there happen, you know.
Yeah.
As the trees grow, others come up.
Yeah.
It's painful work. I also say that's it. On the number, Abraboy, then on my man so to it's really a pleasure to be before you at Asempa. And this is the first time Samara me pre Asempa FM. Oh yes.
Okay. Medase nedi kan no mame encha wetie for bi na obi mezozo memo mabaso se ono production team MS Brano Ghana for beti ne ayekoso e wo wiase ne oman mu a egise Ekosiisen.
Yes.
Na akoye Ekosiisen susu yidie na asi ebusa se ehin na ne ma na kosi
Asempa FM
Ekosiisen medase. When you share Momna, Mofi na Namitie, Ujumedia Woody Namitie, and Maya used to. Yeah, your line of questioning. Send I was a 100 program, and I think a bit me flow together. Medase. Honorable,
yea,
Aquabet saying,
Mehoyapa, Mamin Chiatifo Namin Fight Chapoka Cramfa, the biggest political talk show. Ghana Kumanina Hanida. Baby Biara Ubefa offices so Lori no Baby Biara, the only talk show yeti Minu
Asempa FM
94.7. I shall from Pyramid House. And ne ye did moi ubetwaso.
Obi.
Yes.
Mechia o na machia o tifo na makase o program with ye akoye se prekese jamadu. Kukumutia insan hompo ha na mafoti o kai e boy yinate Ekosiisen na uze bibia wa magana
Ekosiisen on
na hana Ghana tie ntino ewiase de eduru ha yemfani agro.
Seven my master you be say to say free obi papa this is the first time mama baha na me sure say ya wo conduct wo
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM
na wo sure many out me say many aji admire you
Ora kwakwa anyi de ho atena se kwakwa akwaba.
Thank you, Obi.
Bibi aboko there.
Yaboko. I was there.
Ekoyi.
Good.
Ekoyi pa.
Official pa.
Afin komode me hu na ache.
Yabo. You know?
Yes.
Sometimes it's not easy to find me.
Yeah.
It's good to be here. The day we started years ago no. So I think that you two have come now. You are doing a great job. We will continue to support for as long as it's possible.
Medase. Kofi.
they will turn against them.
Boem constituency for
Boem for Joe because we program Omumfa in Diagro and they listen to it a lot, and also you are doing very well. And let me use this opportunity to congratulate you. More platform program award. It's a great award. More you are there, and you are doing so well. People will criticize you, but that is the only that is the success. Some of them, of course. It helps you to listen and then do more. That's why you are winning the honors, and that's why you are winning the honors. And to keep it up.
Yeah, that's
a
network mu Asempa FM. Network mu Asanteng ni Ekosiisen. Network mu Yabonra Ekosiisen. And a network here you can wasem. Emu na yiri Ekosiisen. And a network you watching ni Ekosiisen. And a network you mu Gamanche. Ekosiisen. And a network you mu Ulai fu Ekosiisen. Na network you mu Tobi Ekosiisen.
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7. Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7.
Obi nka se pudu onhio. Obi ani ho obeka se pudu enhye da. Era 17 wo da montina ho.
Is your omadwuma yedin?
Yes, if you don't call for early conference to elect your flag bearer,
a new flag bearer,
whether Baomia, whether Alantrimanti, whether Kende Japan, whether Kutefri, whether Adainimo, whether Kwabne Japan, whether Boache Jakun, whether Jogate. If you don't call to elect, now we are kokwasa sana na do demokwa odemokwa so dey chimu say
from ebedu na new candidate wo bebe bia
the president, if he's not lost it, he's almost 5 seconds away from losing it.
Asempa,
because what is it about?
He could do no
almost gone. Yeah, almost gone. If it's not gone already.
Yeah, because yet here who the hell say all the benina? Say auditor general whatever, say auditor whatever.
Tell me nobody me person my year I've gone through it.
Say man for say yan koji contact yina yan say na it is not the entirety of it na. We've responded to whatever. Now say my brother.
And the management responses
my brother. We all raised queries about how these monies were accounted for in parliament by the minister. And I will to us I know about a COVID in 3,841 Ghana cedi pa. Yes, we covered this in Kuntebu. Opa, Kojina breakdown about the management query.
No, sir, when Auditor General Aye1 investigations they query the heads in charge.
Even the responses that they've given, I've chanced upon them. It's very irritating.
Some of the responses.
What are the ben so the king?
No, the my year who you my pint, no, I may say a ben
to the king
later.
Let me deal with what Nanadu because made them Yagan and you. I don't see MPP, I don't see NDC. I only see MPP and NDC when I take active partisan position, but for now, I'm a Ghanaian.
Yes.
It's whatever the president does.
And
MPP for no more deal. Only Ghana, the entirety, I am a part of it. That's why I'm saying that constructive criticisms, the opposition party, they've been unnecessarily lenient. Constructive.
Yeah.
Raise the issue.
The issues.
Don't sit there and expect that somebody will raise. And if that somebody is not raising her, and also say somebody he's been bought into.
He's been bought.
Raise the issues. We have to collectively think Ghana, dream Ghana, work Ghana.
94.7.
I think if there are, I don't know, the advisor, Chumway, presidential advisors, the list, and the mommy. President advises here, the list. No, because the point is, they are paid with the taxpayers' money to do a certain job of advising the president. Because the point is, is this a president in who Bibia Ghana for who announced? Because it is obvious some of the ministers are tired. And when him say
And when the general secretary of the MPP himself sat on the chair and said, or more as a party internally, or more research on the performance of their ministers. And the general secretary said here, ministers need be abre. Some of them are tired. And is it said the president in Kwanu? And I say, what is the right time for him? I don't understand. Because January is almost ending. In the time, maybe you know very well, say, Minister Biansuko Ministry, Biafra, or here no less than 6 to 8 months to settle. In the time, man, what time again? It's sad. But I remember Auditor General's report and the findings.
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7. Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7. Asempa FM 94.7.
Tuesday afternoon, Asempa FM 94.7. Ekosiisen live and airborne 19 minutes after 2. 24th January 2023. Media Osei Bonsu from Yobi. I shall say the Ekosiisen Jumediano Air Bremo from now till 6:30 p.m. If you are joining us for the first time, we are live from our national studios at 355 Fanofa Street in Kokomlemle, Accra. It's Ghana's biggest and the most authoritative political, social, and current affairs talk show, Ekosiisen, live on Asempa FM. Many thanks to the production team, Dominic Kisi Yaboa, Nana Chumberema Jackson, Osei Intiamwa Ewo, Queen Star Japan, with support from Omahine Kwabena Sante and Ekia Boatua Yadom. In the end, you want commodity in some guapono. So this is where all the big conversations happen. And you know, say for all your big interviews, for all the breaking stories, for all the in-depth analysis of national issues, topical issues. You can't afford to miss a single episode of Ekosiisen, and especially for this year. And it's not yet in Komoyane, a former member of parliament for the New Job in South constituency, and a former chairman of the finance committee in Ghana's parliament, the Honorable Mark Esibe Yeboah, or a doctor, PhD holder, Papa, and the Dr. Mark Esibe Yeboah. It's not yet in Komo, a lot of issues on the economic front. Inti Yabajina Drintre. What the real challenges with our economy is, and Nioma Bain and a bain between me to get us out of this hole. But just about an hour or two ago, and document be a leaky, yensa eka copy. As soon as a leaky yensa ka copy. Now apparently a letter the General Secretary and the General Secretary of the NDC, Atro Ediakoma, the Right Honorable Speaker of Ghana's Parliament, Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagben, and let Haneka say a notice of changes in the leadership of the NDC party in Parliament. It's dated 23rd January 2023. Now let Haneka NDC I wanna dream say and they say parliamentary leadership currently, Yewo Honorable Haruna Idrisu as minority leader, Honorable James Aveji as deputy minority leader, Alhaji Mubarak Muntaka Mohammed as minority chief whip, Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim as first deputy chief whip, and Akomfo Doyo Gansa as second deputy chief whip. And NDC Chiremua Omo Yense Semu Kakra. In this minority leadership, now as per this letter from the General Secretary to Speaker, no, minority leader, new one, Honorable Dr. KCL Atoforsen, last week, Moweka Enenedi in Komo Ewo Studio, Deputy Minority Leader, Elembele's very own, Kofi Amaboa, former Energy Minister of the Republic, Minority Chief Whip, Fofra, NDC Chomo Mayino, Honorable Kwame Agboja. I think Dabeni roads, a transport minister Dean Komono, that day, or the message by me, Kaiman, on a ranking member on the Roads and Highways Committee, and a transport and so. First Deputy Chief Whip, Ahmed Ibrahim, were maintaining the position. Second Deputy Chief Whip, Comfort Doyo Gansa, on also maintaining the position. And that's the big story. In fact, later we can say the new leadership would be charged to recommend consequential changes in the ranking membership to headquarters of the party for approval. And when him say leadership for by was say committee be in parliament, committee be our leadership, and your chairman, your vice chairman, your ranking member, your deputy ranking member, and chairman and vice chairman for about 3 committees. Committees are kind of we 3 free more. They are kind of the chairman, the vice chairman, the MPP for, and that's when we are majority members, and ranking member and deputy ranking, so we are minority members. And there was a new leadership they recommended ranking and deputy ranking for all committees. You know, that's what this letter says. My Yenko Parliament ni Yenko Nkodi Enkomo. Ye we are the community concern ebe bremo na afe yene Dr. Mark Esibe Yeboah Ashase Edi Enkomo. Enti si Yeko Parliament dia Kweku Asante parliamentary correspondent Kweku akwaba na apom te saying.
Leju so obi bi aboko na ozo
afi yenkasa indi official pa.
Afisha me bamba be go ya.
Ehia pa oba no me hu. And then Parliament is saying since this letter leaked, Parliament is saying is here.
And then the Parliament originally from break, but in December kumi and senti the two sad and that and before any Parliament. Can make us say many 10 minority MPs ɛwɔ tour on agenda 111 hospital ɛwɔ Ashanti Eastern region yɛ Kumasi tia nti bɛyɛ anɔpɛ no mu ba Kumasi yɛ kɔ around 2 facilities to check adwuma ɛkɔ so wɔ hɔ yɛ drive back to a hotel and a message if you are AGDBI about a decision apart from the afeni na now share NDC MP many more Ekoto Yenima who is very surprised. They were not expecting that anything of the sort was coming, and even if it was coming this soon, and also that the persons who are involved. So some of them, indeed all of them, are reluctant to go on record to share what they make of this. But off the record, they tell you that this is something that had been coming, and that deep within the party there had been some suggestions from the backbench among some MPs for some shift in the leadership of the minority. But they thought that this was going to be a decision MP Fuangasa would take it themselves. They did not know that the party at the national level had already decided to take that decision. So the decision that has now been taken by the party has divided the caucus. From the interaction I've had with these NDC MPs, many more tall, many more Kasa once the information came out. They had also believed that these changes are needed to rejig the way the party functions in Parliament ahead of 2024. Indeed, over the last 2, 3, 4 years, there have been some concerns, there have been some claims and allegations from even among the NDC MPs themselves that Haruna Idrisu and his leadership are too cozy with the majority leadership, and sometimes they sell out the party. Indeed, Obi Ubekaya, just 2021, Sami Jemfi, who is the party's communication officer, put out a Facebook post accusing Haruna Idrisu and Muntaka Mubarak, and then the Speaker of Parliament, of disregarding the party's directive to reject some ministerial nominees. So there was this level of mistrust from within and outside Parliament as to whether or not Haruna Idrisu leadership, whether they are doing the bidding of the party or whether they are doing that on the. So those have been allegations. The persons who have made those allegations have not been able to back it up with evidence. So as of now, they are claims. So there are those who feel like on the back of all this change was necessary to give the new NDC minority some kind of credibility and some kind of forcefulness to be able to prosecute this agenda. There's also this side of the minority, including people like Ibrahim Musala Mohammed, who say that even if there is a need to make the change, the party within Parliament is competent enough to be able to decide. The caucus can hold a vote to decide that we want to change our leadership. And so these are the persons who want to put up. Then it is not up to a Stadium Ketia or Fifi Kwete or any other person sitting at the National Party to make this decision for us. That is the second school of thought. And the final school of thought has to do with the specific persons. Indeed, minority and Mukasa names like Mahama Ariga, names like Kuta Blackwell, they are wondering why they are also not the leadership and what exactly might have influenced the decision to pick Kesela Tuforsen as minority leader, Agboja as chief whip, and also Amabua as the deputy leader. So, as of now, the reaction among the minority caucus is a split in terms of those who feel like this decision is right, it is necessary, we need to take this decision immediately. And there are those who say, and can say, party in our parliament, and they say, decided, say, so we, and I say, you, and in some other course, when Parliament resumes eventually on the 7th, that is the information we are getting, that the Speaker of Parliament is set to sign the warrant on the 7th for MPs to come back. And Haruna Idrisu has been sitting on the front bench for the last 6 years, the same as Jen Krucha Beji, the same as Muntaka Mubarak. Indeed, for Muntaka Mubarak, he has been chief whip prior to Haruna Idrisu become leader. When Bagbin was leader, he was a chief whip. And all these persons are now expected to now go back, because Atuforsen, Agboja, and Amabua, who sit behind them, will now have to come forward and occupy the front bench. And so it will be some spectacle for these persons who have been sitting in the front seat for the last 6 years to now go back and also to vacate their big offices, the kind of staff they have, and to be able to now live lives as individual MPs. They could be reassigned as committee ranking members or deputies or chairmen in some of the committees are NDC minority.
Yeah.
So,
but with only minority MPs no more in chain, only on the common. Did they give you an indication, say, omoye aware about this decision? And answer they just said, say, it is something they were expecting. But mostly, what some have said, they say, there should probably have been a caucus meeting, and they would have been informed. Now, or more amongst them, a vote to say, okay, you pay way. Did they tell you, say, anything of that sort happened?
So, as of this morning, news nearby, just around midday, indeed, it was actually made a medical tray, some of the MPs, someone like a candle, for instance, was completely taken aback. They were not even expecting that this issue was going to be taken around this period. The information I'm also getting is that no caucus meeting has been held among the NDC MPs to even inform them that this is the decision we have taken. The party has not been able to convert all the 137 NDC MPs to tell them that decision are taken here. So most of them were seeing it for the first time. Those of them who had much of some deep throat, some information, saw this coming, but they didn't even know it was going to be now. And if anything at all, someone like Haruna Idrisu, given how influential he is within the party, will be changed. Only last night, Haruna Idrisu was on PM Express with Evans Mensah as the minority leader. Less than 24 hours later, he is no longer the minority leader. He is not even a chairman of a committee or ranking member. His fate will not be decided by the new leadership, who will now have to appoint. Maybe decide that they will put some of them in leadership, or they will just become common floor members in the House. So the decision it has taken a number of the MPs by surprise, not necessarily because they were not expecting it, but because they were not consulted, they were not talked to, and they are seeing it in the first time in the media, just like anyone else.
That's really interesting. Wow, inti yebehwe say the waka nti mo be fi Kumasi abada ben.
Yeah, me I don't want to go for you.
Okay.
Na ya baba but given what this decision that has been taken, anyone if this store is suspended.
Na tour we minority members nko and as a health committee ni nyina.
Minority members on the health
committee.
They want to breathe on the neck of government to complete the promise Agenda 11 hospitals.
Now, Agenda 111 hospitals, Kakrana, ma visiting at saying.
Yeah, call baby or Kwabnakwa, our Boise East District. Bonka can see any two at all.
Okay.
Block back of crying, yes, and finish so contractor in so. According to Kwabna Kando, government has already paid $1 million to the contractor of Kwabnaka to mobilize and go to site. But so far, no work has been done. We also went to Akofrom, also just around Aboase, where some work has been done. There's two columns, two forms of crack, but the Yenfa blocks NCT NC down here. So these two sites we've visited so far, and human course here. I was expecting that we're going to go to third or fourth site today, but the decision has forced Akando and his team to now return back into the hotel because they're getting a lot of calls to be able to look at the minority leadership change and then decide whether or not they are going to go forward or come back. Indeed, they are coming on this tour with the approval of the minority Haruna Idrisu and his team.
Yeah.
There is also this new leadership. Will this new leadership approve of what they are doing? They have to now talk to them and see what exactly they are going to do. And so we are now in a hotel. I am expecting what changes will be made. Then we'll take it from there. Obi.
Mamenase kweku bibi ani ebese di nkomobio. Why?
Yeah,
that's a Kwekwa Santia and parliamentary correspondent. This really came at the right time. On the minority members on the health committee, to some Agenda 111 project and leaked letter, a buy. And he got them at first hand, edge-on reactions and off record though. And on the said in your isi echo. The point now is. Yes, part that to about a new National Executive Committee members. National Executive Committee members had to take some very critical decisions. And mind you, say, National Executive Committee members no endorse, neck endorse. In fact, fake ewoho and a neck ewoho. I remember say about a week ago, and Honorable Muntaka Mubarak and Erastus Asaridonko din come from Kumasi. ama Erastus Busan say what say there are moves to change the minority leadership ma ono muntaka kachre ne say on TBB as and in fact new leadership ne buy into office no Oma connect meetings, Bemienu, Ako fake meeting. Emu be anywhere the issue of the change in minority leadership aba apumpo. And he was confident, say no crowd enya dia Bibiasa ABC. Enre ya na Haruna Idrisu, any Evans Mensa ewo PM Express. Enra 9 PM. Ama Haruna Idrisu so sai kai. Say onte na nothing of that sort has been discussed. The question then now is, who and who took the decision to change the minority leadership? Now, a general NEC decision, a chairman inquiry decision, a general secretary inquiry decision. Is the former flag bearer aware? And I say it is saying because but say let a leaky and any probably bring in him, you know, including some MPs on the minority side said the Ekwekwa Sante Ekayano. Ain't a lot more questions, but said the Makano will still be speaking to some other stakeholders. They share said the Nyoma AC at what this means to the new leadership. Kesia Latoforsen, Ama Kofibwa, in the case of Latoforsen from Central Region, Ama Kofibwa from Western Region, Honorable Agboja from the Volta region. And in fact, mind you, say already, na Ahmed Ibrahim, they were maintaining the Nufri Bono region. And Comfort Doyogans and Ifrehi, honestly, a Volta, na Doyogans and a Voltarian. Ada, that should be Greater Accra. Okay. Ain't Doyogans are a Greater Accra. That's the makeup of the new minority leadership in Parliament. Let's see how the story would pan out. Of course, I mean, the reactions are bad because the loyal list of Haruna Idrisu, who thinks honestly influential member of the party from the north, would also have points to make. But let me get onto the phone lines now. Mene Professor Ransford Jampo in the Nkomo ono political science professor. He speaks on national issues, and for issue bit say I was here kwajina dwentre ewo ho. Prof Ekosiisen so ne akwaba na pom to say Adom yenso ho ye papa. Great. In the meaning sir, a keen watcher of our political space. This is what the minority changes are abba party headquarters at the letter comma the Speaker of Parliament. Is it something and I will share name say BC and I say like many ones who are as a surprise to you?
Oh, Minjin this a idea about as a surprise to me. Obasha Parliament every year hang year 2020 about 2 years hang Parliament 94.7 in Omudi Parliament anymore. Na adia bakwa omoye ya yini aje wo hu bebre and they said they were able to marshal their forces to, for the first time in the history of Ghana's Republic, get as a Speaker of Parliament who didn't come from the ruling party. And na a idea before say a year a boa year democracy. Now it improves the role and standing of Parliament as a countervailing authority to the powers of the executive. But beyond Sir Ejumasununa Omudi, I said several times in some in the public domain, no. Now, yeah, now Oma Edi and Hamburg Kakra. Want to be between our bonte, I can't say the best. It do say, Yemfa or see any ya now on my disappoint. Viviana Mecca can look for your and then call for a cassette. I'm a crime account. Say, yes, Sunny. Minority leaders now, penny for that. I want to buy. Almost 2 nano, almost a young penny money, young finance minister. And so no. Edu say yen to aban no makoto aba among themselves, you know, for him. About say both of Senja and my leadership, I want to me and constitute any serious team to be able to prosecute that agenda of censoring him. And no, and other allied challenges that the minority group will not face under their leadership are reshuffling. And no, na Mama Dreamo, I am saying, as I said, that it's a sound. But they are not one saying, what did Barbie do to say the BIA our Ghana, governance system in who say, in somewhere, Ubia Air Cano, it's about the economy. Oh, the in somewhere, that would be it's about the economy. Now, my dream, if 2024 election will be fought on the economy there, there's a minority group, if they are serious, one position war, battle along the lines of the economy. And you need a certain reshuffle that would bring about people who can speak to the economy so that the international community can hear the party's voice on matters of the economy. And you know, but some of the articles in a bar, it appears that then they are very, very well battle ready, because, like I said, the coming elections, will be fought on the economy, and so you need somebody who can grasp issues of the economy and then articulate, on the floor of parliament, so that the party's position, the international community would also know what the party stands for on matters of the economy. And apart from,
but on that score, Prof, they then need Atoforsen to be minority leader, and he was, as we speak, the chairman of the finance committee, and I think he was doing that quite well. Now he also be a minority leader and sana where Timmy articulated party views on the economy.
Sir, and ya won now de Ejumano share omonka, and ya me no one de Ejumano share omonka. Party leadership and this Ejumano share omonka. And omo marching orders and KPI and assessment evaluation, they are better done by one Ejumano share on sa. And me did say or marching and on my assessment. I feel say Avia what the economy share at the portion, it frees Adongo to also be pontificating on matters of finance, so that you have an economist leading as minority leader, and Adongo can also be a ranking member on finance.
On the finance committee.
Nijidi say idea Majimono finance and economy and a big dictate the key guiding issues that will serve to guide the conduct and campaigning of the 2024 elections. The arrangements or the reshuffles that have been done, to my mind, it clearly points to the fact that then the opposition NDC is battle ready. Again, Michelle Abuja ni do you are ebi omabana Osha NDC MPs, it is the Volta region and Greater Accra region that gives them majority of MPs. Greater Accra and a Volta region and a mom six MPs pa. And Odi Beji Yanyan Manyan say Anya dia of the parliament give.
Sure.
And say what the Abuja bar and satisfy the Volta region Adino. And now what they do, you also back Greater Accra and some more seats pa. And now we share Ahmed Ibrahim so and now the constituency alone or more year honor region now the constituency and now a year NDC constituency, but through hard work he's been able to push for 50-50 in that region, NDC for 50%, MPP for 50% there. And the such a person is good. You cannot easily push him away. Or experience. Maybe my last pick in my assessment of what has happened, is that NDC for now describe as a northern party. As a northness, and also now for sure about the Akan areas constitute about 60% of the electorate in Ghana. Yet they didn't have much frontal representation, in the party. The Speaker of Parliament or a Northerner, Idris Haruna or a Northerner. I think the chairman of their Council of Elders or a Northerner. I'm a presidential candidate or a Northerner. Muntaka or a Dagomba man, or a Northerner. Yes, sir. It be IABA. It be so at the bad night. Create space. Emma Ada Nkofua. Once Emma party votes, no emotional representation. And in that case, if you give representation to Central Region in the name of Atoforsen, and then you go to Western Region and bring on board Amako Pigua, Mijidi say, and also Emma the Akan areas that constitute about 50% of the electorate in Ghana. Also, Emma will face Kakao Party and a battle and or more airport in 2024. And it is important that they do some of these reshuffles to position themselves, properly for that battle. And I've always said that it is not going to be an easy battle. Bibia able to me as the NDC support now. Now, they are currently challenging in Ghana into 2024 elections. They are done dealer. They would have themselves to blame. It's important they put in place some of these mechanisms.
The good thing is Mensaka Alhaji Mohammed Muntaka Mubarak wa Homane Swinti Mutala Mohammed, sorry, Alhaji Mutala Mohammed Ewo Ahomane, so Ibrahim Mutala Mohammed. Honorable Akwa Banapom to saying okay, the line I drop it. Inti problem can present me corner honan can be my ba me ya conclude because I know a member of the minority and he's why you post be on the Facebook page see na a really interesting. I mean I'm here to confirm those the post na you know on the Facebook page and he thinks they were not consulted as minority caucus. Obian consulted or more, and this decision was made. Prof, in best practice, what do you reckon should have been the approach? Now, say national executives ne consulting minority members. Nansa.
Oh, Minjin, say party if you feel the same from PNDC time, Abaye NDC, your fourth Republican Democratic practice after 30 years, or ministers who papa so mu take such a major decision there wouldn't be much consultation. I'm sure that there may have been some discussions behind the scenes. So but they can just announce these things to people, and the first time on better know your idea in the media. I don't think Sana.
Very well. Prof, may I ask you, Bibiani, a best by Bidin Comobio? Why? Yeah, that's a point. The professor Ransford Jampo and Amotain and Ekosiisen Suni, Asempa 94.7 FM. If you are joining us now, the big story, and it's the minority changes in their leadership our parliament. As we speak, the Honorable Haruna Idrisu is no more leader of the minority. In fact, the new minority leader, as per letter making rounds, KCL Atoforsen. In Yamiadu Honorable Ibrahim Mutala Mohammed. Honorable Ekosiisen ni akwa ba bibia boko de. Afisia Panso. Yeah, that's it. Now, any letter who making rounds from your party's general secretary to Speaker of Parliament, na munim who be as a caucus.
Absolutely not. So I traveled. I came down about the day for yesterday. Now, this morning, that I in fact, around 11 o'clock in the morning, now Obi Fremi, I'll say, me who changes the almost effective in the leadership. Now, me see changes there. Now, so they have changed some of our leadership. And so, who did? Because ideally, the highest decision-making body of the party in the Congress, after Congress, NEC.
Yes.
After NEC, of course, FEC. And I know that FEC will be sitting today. Usually, they sit this particular day. Now, time I knew that FEC hadn't even sat. So who took that decision? What informed it? 2, I contacted them. In fact, I tried to call Honorable Fifi. And I'm a friend about 3 times. He couldn't pick because he signed the letter. And I felt that I needed to authenticate the letter. And the only person who to authenticate the letter is Honorable Fifi. So I tried calling him about 3 times. He couldn't pick. I sent him a text message that it was me. Unfortunately, he hasn't gotten back to me. So I had contact with other colleagues, and it was that the letter was actually authentic. So my position is that who did they consult? We are practicing a democracy, and this NDC, nobody in NDC is bigger than the NDC. So if the practice, I mean, what I know, I was in the 6th Parliament, of course in the 8th Parliament, and I am particularly interested in parliamentary democracy. You know, I'm even in school, and what I do, what I'm working on is on parliamentary systems. So I've gone through the literature in the Ghanaian Parliament and in many parliaments in Africa. I have never seen any parliament where a leadership of that parliament, particularly the caucus of the parliament, leadership is imposed on the caucus. What they should have done was to consult us. And all the experiences I have had and what I have gone through and what I read, usually they will propose to parliamentary caucus and the caucus will take a decision. Now, why would you impose leaders on us? The first question is, has anybody in parliament told the party or some members of the national executive that we are dissatisfied with our leadership? They need to tell us. 2, have they consulted or did they consult the leadership of even the caucus, even those who are taken out? My understanding is that they were not even consulted. I mean, natural justice demands that if you have leadership and you want to change them, call them. Look, for ABCD reason, we think that we want to change you people. They were not consulted. So it looks as if they are being hounded out. And that is why I think that it is not appropriate. And in any case, the timing is completely wrong. This is not the time we should be rocking the boat. This is not the time we should be engaging. As I talk to you now, there are the main issues that Ghanaians are preoccupied with. That debt restructuring, the Auditor General's report, these are of very important issues to the Ghanaian people. Now, we are having these discussions and boom, leadership have been changed without consulting the parliamentary caucus. I think it is undemocratic. I think that the democratic principles and holding same, it is not limited to any political party. Everybody, including the NDC, must respect that. So in as much as I have tremendous respect for our party leadership, I think that they have gotten it completely wrong. The other question I ask is, at what forum was the decision taken? Was it fake? If it wasn't fake, who took that decision? If it was fake, some of us would want to see the minutes of the meeting that occasioned the decisions they have taken. We would want to know. And if we are asking this question, we are not being disrespectful to the leadership. That is what democracy expects us to do. We need to ask questions. Now, I have no doubt in the quality of leadership of parliament we have today. I have no doubt whatsoever. Look, this leadership of our caucus delivered us a speaker for the first time in our democratic history, that we elected a speaker who is from an opposition party for the first time. This particular caucus delivered us a change in government decision as far as the policy decision they wanted to in the budget. Mind you, they were taking away the threshold of the COVID, the e-levy.
E-levy, yes.
You know, and the leadership guided us in ensuring that this thing did not happen. The 80 million Ghana cedis, which was put under the Ministry of Tourism for the purposes of the cathedral, and which we felt was nothing short of thievery, the leadership guided us in taking that decision. So if we are dissatisfied with our leadership, we would have told the leadership of our party. In any case, if caucus's leadership are going to be imposed on us, then tomorrow some national executive decides that, we want a first-timer to represent us as a leader of the parliament. The youth wing were allowed to choose their leader. The women wing were allowed to choose their leader. As a matter of fact, Professor Nelson Enko described Parliament and the committees of Parliament as a workshop of Parliament. The most important arm of government in the democratic dispensation is Parliament. And that is why you can have a government without Parliament, but you cannot have democracy without Parliament. And one of the important tenets of parliamentary democracy is consultation. It's consultation. And the consultation is not only at the parliamentary decision level, even within the caucuses. So why would you take a decision like that?
But Honorable, what has been...
Okay. Let me conclude on this.
Okay.
The timing is completely wrong. The timing is completely wrong. Why would you want to take this decision at this time? What would be the basis on who you want to change leadership? One, if they are not performing. Two, if you think that you don't have confidence in them. And the only people who can determine the ineffectiveness or inefficiency of the leadership is not anybody except us, members of Parliament. And I can tell you, you won't find a single member of Parliament who says that he's dissatisfied with their performance. But let me also make this very, very important point. Now, if you look at what we have, I'm not saying that you necessarily need to be a lawyer before you can be a leader in Parliament. No. Honorable Chairman Bonsu, fantastic legislator. He's not a lawyer.
Yes.
But if you look at the front bench of the NPP, at any point in time, they have a lawyer among them. Currently, you look at the front bench, you have Honorable
Afenyomakin, who is a lawyer.
One, what this action they have also taken is taking our most experienced members. Tell me in Parliament, except Honorable Cletus Avoka and Honorable Collins Dauda, who is more experienced than Honorable Haruna Idris? Tell me. 20 years in Parliament. Honorable Mutaka, I think about 18 years in Parliament if we end this season. Honorable Azayi. So what they are simply doing is that they are taking away the most experienced among us and bringing it as a look. I don't have any problem with those who have been proposed. Fantastic comrades, fantastic individuals. They haven't committed any crime. But why would you take away your most experienced ones? Look, today, my team, Arsenal, is doing very well because our front, our attack is solid. Our attack is solid. We have 3 young men who are doing it. And in the midfield, we have an outstanding person in the person of Thomas Partey. So why would you take away your front bench, the most experienced, who have delivered and continue to deliver, and bring others? What is the motive? What occasion that? And why would you do that without consulting us?
Yeah, Honorable, my question.
Okay. They need to consult us. They need to consult the caucus, and I think that is the way to go.
My question is, you've been in Parliament before. What has been the best practice as far as
the best practice has always been that the party will meet the caucus with their proposal, and the caucus will take a decision based on the proposal that is brought to them by the party. That is what I know, and that has been the practice. Even I checked through the other Parliament, from the first Parliament, the second, the third, the fourth. I was in the 6th Parliament, and which I experienced. Even the 7th Parliament, when I was not in Parliament, I tried to find out those who were there. That was what happened. Even this Parliament, before we started this Parliament, the party came. In fact, the leadership came to find out from us. And I remember then National Chairman, Honorable Asirin Kete, they all came, and the position was that we want to maintain this leadership. So that was the proposal. If we were dissatisfied with the leadership, we would have told them. Has anybody told them that we are dissatisfied with our leadership? If nobody has told them, what they should have explained to us what has occasioned this. To be very honest.
Too bad. Line drop into let's call him back now. Yenshare enenu enyu into Honorable Ibrahim Motala Mohammed, Tamale Central, Member of Parliament, enenu Edin Komo, clearly dissatisfied with the decision part the national executives etiki relative to changes knowing on the minority front in Akwakoye and Sem Bebre. There are 1 or 2 more questions here. Honorable, so I wanted to ask 1 or 2 more questions. First would be, do you think that, yes, no matter how good Haruna Idrisu, Mubarak, Muntaka and the rest of the guys are, that they would remain in leadership ad infinitum? Come what may, they would be changed one day, no?
As long as they perform very well, as long as we are satisfied with their performance, tell me what would be the justification and wanting to change them. Tell me. Honorable, you see, you've forgotten that Honorable Chairman Bonsu has been in leadership for how many times now? If you can remind me. How many times?
It's quite. He's been there quite long.
So why haven't you asked why the MPP hasn't changed him? He's been a minority leader for 2 terms. He's been a majority leader for 2 terms. Why did they not change him? Because they are convinced he's been effective. So in any case, even if you want to change your leadership, why do you change and leave 2? Why did you leave them? If you wanted to strip the entire leadership, strip all of them.
Yeah, I can see Ahmed Ibrahim and Comfort Doyo are still in there.
So why? So the point is that, look, they should tell us one single member of parliament who reported to them that he is not satisfied with the leadership we have. I am saying that this leadership guided us in delivering a speaker. This leadership guided us in voting to reject a budget. And this MPP used their shenanigans, unconstitutional means, and used the buga to have the budget approved. This leadership guided us in forcing this government to step down certain policy decisions captured in the 2023 financial statement. It took the outstanding leadership to do so. Look, you have leadership. Look, they are not perfect. I have had my concerns with the leadership. And if you ask anybody, I have had occasions to have challenged a leader of our house on the floor on a policy issue. For example, the tax waiver which was given to 2 companies, amounting to over $11 million, I thought was immoral, was wrong. I spoke against it, against one of our leadership on the floor. That is what democracy is all about. So we are not saying that this leadership, they are saints. No. But the question is that, are they not delivering? If they are not delivering, someone should tell us they are not delivering.
Yeah, but you might also have heard the number of allegations. I mean, yet to be proven though, but allegations of they having this cozy relationship with the majority leadership, they are having this cozy relationship with government, and that they cannot sometimes bite and all of that. If you were in national executive position, you would want to take a decision going forward to probably safeguard the credibility, as it were, of the minority.
I have heard allegations that some journalists and multimedia are taking brown envelopes from MPP government. Does that make it true?
No, that's why I said it's yet to be proven though.
Look, rumors are said by enemies, spread by innocents, and believed by fools. I don't want to be a fool. If anybody has any allegation against anybody, they should point it out. As far as I'm concerned, and to be very honest, don't get me wrong, everybody knows, if you ask my colleagues, I have opposed this leadership on many issues, publicly. I have never cowed away from my principles and what I believe in.
Yes.
But I'm saying that they are not perfect. It's just like you guys in the media taking the national executive. They are also not perfect. There have been allegations made against national executive officers. Does that make it true? Look, run up to the election. Were there not allegations made by national executive against each other? Did that make it true? No. So I'm saying that they are not perfect. Look, and don't get me wrong. I'm not saying this in the defense of anybody. I think that people must be sincere and honest. If you think that they are not delivering, tell us. But in any case, wouldn't it be appropriate to consult us? Wouldn't it be appropriate to say, look, for ABCD reason, we want to change the leadership, and we're not going to change and leave some. We're changing everybody. Wouldn't that be appropriate? Now, if today we are members of the legislature, that some people can just sit and impose leadership on us, tomorrow, what right do you think we have to tell this government not to impose certain decisions on the people of this country? That is why we need to speak out. Look, I have tremendous respect for our national executive, and they know. Both the national chairman, secretary, they know. Tremendous respect for them. But the point is that consult us. This is a legislative arm, a very important arm of our government and in the party. So for you to just decide, you are not even proposing to us. And they did it at a time when they know we are on recess.
Yeah.
I really don't think it's right. Usually what they do, they come to meet us as caucus. This is the proposal. And the caucus will then take a decision.
But you would have rejected the proposal, no?
Consultation is sine qua non to democratic governance.
Yeah, I get you.
It's very important.
You would have rejected the proposal, I suppose.
I'm not in the... I wouldn't be able to tell. Maybe I would have rejected, others would have supported, but let that decision be taken by us. It's just like you have a team, a football team, and then you have a coach, and you have the owners of the team. They decide to just buy players, and then without even finding out from the coach whether the player he's buying will suit for the team. Like Manchester just did, and Chelsea is just buying. We went in to buy a player, they went in, used their money, Modric, and bought him. They didn't even ask whether they need him or not. That is why their team is well open. So you buy players who are suited for the strategy and the teamwork you have. So that is why I'm saying the best people to assess the leadership in Parliament
will be the MPs themselves.
Members of Parliament. And in any case, who are they going to rule over? But don't you think that this can create division around? Because we need that at this time, at a time when the economy is in a complete mess. The good people of this country are looking up to the NDC to salvage them. We're all in a bondage. They are looking for the NDC. And the time that we should be focusing on very important issues for the good people of this country, we are taking decisions that have a huge potential of creating division within our ranks.
Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim publicly supported Aseedun Ketie's chairmanship bid. We did not hear any public declarations from either Muntaka or Haruna Idrisu. Do you think that might have caused this? And that you did not support us, so you have to go? Say again?
Are you suggesting that the reason why he's not changed, he's allowed to remain as a leader?
Maybe that's not a possibility, no?
Well, I really don't think that could be the reason. In any case, Honorable Ahmed knows that he wasn't the only person who was supporting General or he knows that. He knows that. This thing is not about who supported General or who didn't support General. Honorable Ahmed is an outstanding personality. Look, I have had some differences with all of them, including the minority leader, and I express it. Anytime I have a problem, I confront them openly. That's what I do. Either I go to their office to confront them, to say that this decision taken, I disagree with that decision, and I can give a litany of examples where I disagree. Sometimes even on the floor, and I've told you the example, if you ask a reporter, I disagreed with at least a leader on that issue, and it was on principle. So I'm saying that what Honorable Ahmed did, and mind you, Honorable Ahmed took over from Honorable General Mosquito, you remember?
Yes.
And naturally, and he's one person, he speaks his mind. So when he went, he declared support. Did anybody say he didn't need to do that? A statement that was issued by the leadership was not to support any candidate. And that was the best position to take. Everybody knows that Nanado is supporting, President Nanado is supporting Baumia. Who doesn't know? But he says that he's not supporting anybody. Everybody knows that his preferred candidate is Dr. Baumia. But he doesn't make it very clear because of the unity he wants to maintain within the already wobbling government that he has created. But he still wants to maintain some unity within the NPC. So that is what leadership needs to do. I don't have any problem with all those who have been proposed. Outstanding individuals. It is not about them. It is about following the due process. The due process. Democratic processes of consultation. That is where I have.
So what you expect to immediately happen is a withdrawal of that letter, right?
Well, look, you are talking about very experienced politicians, and mind you, the chairman and the secretary have been members of parliament before, very experienced individuals, and I think that they will listen to the sentiment of people, particularly members of parliament, and I have no doubt in mind that they will do the right thing.
Honorable, it's a pleasure always talking to you. Thank you so much for your time.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, so the Honorable Ibrahim Mutala Mohammed and Moten in Kano MP for Tamale Central constituency in Ono Edena Drentre Atuja, clearly not happy with the decisions party executives take minority leadership in the Akwakoye in Sembebre, Kaseyade, former member of parliament for New Job in South Abekansa, who studio former chair of the finance committee, Dr. Mark Asibe Yaboa, Ewaha Enche, Memana Kwaba, Nayatwaso. Good afternoon, Obi. The NDC has done it again without consulting their leadership of parliament and coming with these changes at the minority front. It's like Aseedun Ketia going to court without proper evidence. Okay, Richard Krampa, Ewa Ablekuma Central. Mamene, the majority chief whip in income, Honorable Frank, and not Pre, Honorable Akwabe Ekosiisen Suni.
I will be more Bishop.
After Papa and come to you. Bibi Aboko there.
Oh, Nyamia Dumo, Minia, Mimoya Papa. Na Avisha, see when he did the kind of Fidica, some more official pa, the titulu, me consist before MPP for Nina, and Aquatia for none of the Quaquitia, Yomokodiano Babaye. Oh, okay. Mamunina official pa of Felso Amuji, and Mamunina.
More on opposite side, the minority side, no, changes. We are at least letter a leak here, just or my proposals be to the Speaker of Parliament. Some people will change your leadership, no. For more on the majority side, the Mojen is saying.
Well, okay, yeah, I said it is so on some way changes, been 1 or 2 changes, but it means this drastic. It means this drastic, but if it stands as it is, I feel more leadership of the party. I stand yeah, not just I didn't more room kakra. Obit say now only Muntala Katasuna here.
Okay.
Obit say Haruna Idrisu. You can't take it away from him. His parliamentary jurisprudence, understanding of parliamentary jurisprudence, having come from a very long way as a student leader, while former minister Nidia Kankahu, Koshe Muntaka, very experienced. The changes is anybody who wants to make changes, you know, not just always some intention be, and you know, yet I changes. You know. So the begging question is that their intention to the mom will hear changes, you know. And I heard you well, who can't say, oh, I'm on national elections, you know, the aftermath fallout from the national elections, you know, I'm an ambassador. Yeah, I don't know if that is the case, it will be most unfortunate. But interestingly, I'm Mudino, Obiti say, not according to any order, Obiti Kwame Abuja. Meaning the ref here, I think the third member of parliament is Zania.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, diligence and dedication to work. You can't take it away from that man. Prompt me call parliament in term. I think the meaning we are the first to always be in the chamber. And his dedication to duty, there's no doubt about it. To force him, both sides of the finance committee will be able to catch on the bobre and in TSC war for governance. And when one has to be patriotic about say be a passive budget, a passive appropriation, it gets to a time to force him. Regional we have a country to govern. We need to be careful. I can't take anything away from them. Omunina is solid. It is only I think the deputy leader
Amakofibua.
I don't know much about him, but I mean he's a ranking member for trade.
Okay.
Ranking member for trade. Also comes across as a very quite a civil person. But yeah, we don't want to move a brave. Ready air. In any case, we are all very seasoned and experienced people we can work with. And I'm just a bit worried for my Muntaka. You know what is happening at the backyard. Yes, you don't know that. What is happening at Muntaka's backyard and saying editing some be brave. And what Haruna comes across with, but they know best. Maybe it feeds into their strategy. We will think we will do a reflection of Nipa Fufra air battle, the best strategy for us to also map to make sure that always will be a step ahead of them. So we welcome them. At a force and fine gentleman, we welcome him. Kwame Abuja, workaholic, very diligent to work. We welcome them. Unfortunately, I think someone maintaining Ahmed, and then
Deputy Chief Whips, no, yes.
So they will assist with some form of institutional experience. And, you know, I've also heard those who are raising some reasons, so young consult your money, it is the National Council that decides. National Council decide, I'm sure that they've done, they do all the consultation before they come on public. So I hope that they've done it. If they have not done it, well, that is their own business. If their cracks is dipping, it's good for me. So I'm one normal consultation, normal cracks in dipping there. Well, maybe the but we are ready to do battle.
Professor Jampo, me in common or say ne suspicion ne say 2024 elections will be fought mainly on the economy. And there was a minority for to also get people a bit more articulate on the economy. And that's how come maybe Dr. Casey Lato Force ranking on the finance committee or more the minority leader. So they get that loud voice in parliament or Bekasa on the economy. You don't seem to have somebody on your leadership or counter sa strategy, no meboa.
Well, Obi, well, that is his view. That is his view. But if that is the case, even if that is the case, is it the case that Ato Forson has been muted? There's a question one should ask. As a ranking member of the finance committee, he's all over the place. He's all over the place. Haruna has given him all the leverage. But I mean, once you are seen to be speaking in support of one of them, you have something to do with that person. No. We are minding our own business. But going by your proposition, is about the economy. And then they need a voice that will be articulating on the economy there. Nobody has muted Ato Forson as a ranking member of the finance committee. In fact, there are several press conferences that Ato Forson. So whatever it is, we will be ready for them. We also have equally good people, and that is why we have people who speak on various sectors: the foreign affairs, the economy, agriculture. We have people who will be ready to do battle with them. If that is their strategy, we've heard it, but we'll be ready to do battle. And all said and done, I just feel a bit sympathetic towards my colleagues to say Muntaka, because this thing comes as a revolution and as out of the blue. Muntaka and Haruna Idrisu. So going forward, what are they going to do? Are they going to be sitting behind and be directing affairs? Well, it may be too early for me to say that it may create some cracks, but I just wish them well, and I'm hoping that they will be able to handle their differences. But maybe if the cracks is deepening, it's good for me.
Honorable, that's everything in Comobio. Honorable Frank cannot pray, and I'm telling you, a majority chief whip in Ghana's parliament. Ekosiisen Suni, a higher Asempa FM. Just a bit of information. Kesiel Ato Forson, the phone name is Kesiel Ato Ba Forson, PhD holder, or currently the minority leader, at least as at a stance, based on letter Elikino, born on the 5th of August 1978. The Chromie Ajomako Besiase Ewa Central Region, the constituency Ajomako Enyan SCM. Now he was in the 5th Parliament, he was in the 6th Parliament, he was in the 7th Parliament, and I was the 8th Parliament, the 4th term in Parliament in the or PhD in finance from the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology in 2020. Before that, Master of Science in Taxation, Tax and Public Policy, and also Unyano in 2020, or a Chartered Accountant in 2018, or MSc Economics, specializing in macroeconomics in 2016, or a Chartered Tax Practitioner, BSc Accounting and Finance 2003, GCE O Levels 1994. Nejuma Waye, Concept Online Limited, or a Managing Director, Omega Africa Holdings Limited, or a Chairman, Government of Ghana, or a Deputy Finance Minister, as you may recall, in Parliament. He is in the Finance Committee, or science, a member of the Foreign Affairs and also the Committee of Selection. In the 3 committees, in fact 4: Finance Committee, House Committee, Foreign Affairs Committee, and a Committee of Selection. And that's a bit about Kesiel Ato Forson. Emmanuel Amakofibua, and so a Deputy Minority Leader, born on May 10th, 1966. Inti onono enyi esen ato forcen 1966 ni krom Atuabo in the Elembele district of the Western region. He was in the 5th Parliament, the 6th Parliament, the 7th Parliament, and sisi also 8th Parliament. When he ato forcing in a Parliament the same year. Also the education, a master's degree, MSc in management in the year 2000, or certificate in advanced management, and a Bachelor of Administration, Social Science Law in 1991. The employment, Waye Juma U.S. Postal Services as a postal officer, Government of Ghana Deputy Minister of Energy, Power and Petroleum, and a Government of Ghana Minister in charge of Petroleum. Now, committees or serve on in Parliament, Trade, Industry and Tourism, or a ranking member on that committee, Privileges Committee, and assign serve on the Mines and Energy Committee in Parliament. And the new minority chief whip, Kwame Govins Agboja, born on September 22nd, 1973, Ofri Adaklu, Kodiabe, in the Volta region. The constituency, Adaklu constituency. He was in the 6th Parliament, the 7th and the 8th Parliament, the 3rd time in Parliament. Ono architecture in 2010 or graduate Waye Juma K Plus Partners Limited or a partner and or survey on the Roads and Transport Committee as a ranking member, Judiciary, Environment, Science and Technology Committees or serve on in Parliament. Now yatese Oko Tamalisisia in the northern region, NDC supporters amasse up ewo Haruna Idris in the constituency party office. Martina Bugri ewa homani. So Martina, it is saying
Boko na onswe.
Adom yahoye na no kre say party supporters na masse up for party office. Okay, in the video how they send yeni.
Me na me send the video.
Hey. Me ba cho utie ya uba Facebook live and a YouTube live ube hu video where fresh videos are Martina the free northern region abrain NDC supporters are mass up ewo NDC constituency office what Tamale South almost say what's their issue?
Their issue is that they believe that the decision taken by the party is not the right one for the party as we speak. Now, they are saying that the message came in around 12. Some said they heard it through radio, some said it social media, and some said their colleagues called to inform them. They were waiting for the message to sink down, and right after 3 o'clock prayers, they started marching up at the party office. Now, they are calling on the party to rescind its decision or face their wrath. They believe that Mr. Haruna Idrisu's influence in the party is beyond just Tamale South, not Tamale even, but a national one. And so he being taken off would create some division between his supporters and the other supporters. That is going to have a great influence in the party's chances in the 2024 election. And so to stop that, they want the decision reversed, or the party leadership would not visit Tamale South. Now, they point fingers at the party chairman and the general secretary as the architect of this decision, and they think that it is to pay Haruna, the reason why they are fighting.
Wow. Enti ye kase omugusu egu party office ho.
Omugusu ho as we speak now, party chairman no any crop for ewo meeting na make say.
But so show more disposition there are they angry like omubuefu pa?
They are upset. We had interview no party chairman maybe son or catch them say they wouldn't agree. They would stop and understand what would you do? Nibuefu or say I don't have the right to ask him what they would do. They would show me that they can do a lot. I mean, so it tells you the level of anger they are bottling. This is not a question for me. I'm just asking for the general public. But he took it very personal. So it tells you just how much upset the people in that constituency are.
Wow. Wow. Martina, inti Bibiania will come back. Why? The ABC Biano Amayaswate. Why? Yeah, that's Martina Bugre reporting live from Tamale South constituency. To about videos no egu Facebook live and a YouTube live. Ubehu said in your isi echo. And you recall say when John Mahama became president or any appointment, into ministerial positions, no, at a time na or more Haruna Idrisudin constituents ni be in Tamale start here confusion giddy anche and a Haruna din ebaye. I think that was the time when they call, is it trade or say employment and labor relations emu bako. And let's see how this would also pan out. Dr. Mark Asibe Yeboah. Doc, akwaba na apom te saying Bibi Ekoye. But me say free parliament enche inti there be a course of parliament who interest ewum unim Haruna Idrisu unim Muntaka Mubarak unim James Aveji. Are you surprised at changes are course of
Obi asem we denka wa mame anka bia ni pani nyina ye men nanfofo pa Aveji na wi akramene na kasa.
Oh, okay.
Ato mene na kasa.
Ato forcing. Okay.
Nti Asempa FM 94. Oh, sir. Asem we dey menka because Haruna me chairman of finance committee, just me call the office time bia na ndiko susuni ayeye ho Muntaka, man, they been called tech cry.
Oh, okay. Or your mates for tech?
No, the match me.
No, the match me. Okay.
Say Liverpool for now almost selection. Arsenal for the.
If I'm wow, but knowing them, do you think this can divide their front?
The only thing I would say is the party decides in all of this. Party, no, even the NDC, no. A man, only Mutala, yes. He got it wrong. It's a decision of the party. And, we have always argued, say, the constitutions of the party. So now you who US selection of the speaker. Yes. Members, no, in deciding, but party need to decide. They are called National Council. And,
that's what happens in the MPP
and the NDC too.
But when the party decides, the back caucus
for informational purpose. I'm sure, say, if the NDC, if Parliament had been in session, and Kabana make sure catch on, but because Parliament is not in session, who members but on my be sure my catch on. Let away co speaker and of course, but it's a decision of the party. Into young MPP say, a national council normally decided. When you decide, a certificate steering committee, na connect, now finally National Council, na the Abase way. Only thing they say the beginning of the session, especially if you are in power.
Yes.
Who power when a corporate parliamentary leadership in Tiaba will be because it is they are nominated before the first day of the swearing
in.
So at a month for minister, sure. Yeah, party need to be and in the case of the NDC, in the 8th parliament, repeat almost 7 parliaments.
It's true.
It's true. I'm far issues say okay, young so be fighting 137, then but they can be changed anytime.
But Mutale's argument has been say who best to assess the performance of leadership than MPs themselves.
And I'm saying the party constitution on him. In other parliaments, MPs now share. You put yourself up. Now while colleagues not to swaba. Other parliaments. When you signals and say now no US speakership told about 13 or 14 times, so that you have to bend over and try and convince membership.
Yes.
One thing I say maybe a way as MPs pushing for some amendments in the constitution of the party. But as it is now, the party decides. So he shouldn't think says they don't know what they are doing. They are grounded. Yes, the party decides. Now, the kind of someone but Parliament is not in session, and I speak a normal throne. Until they will come and meet you. What I know for a fact is that the NDC party right now is divided. There are some who are in support of the changes.
And some are against. Yes.
I don't think that Jesus Christ crown nominating I be opposed. But
the best Dr. Mark Asibe Yeboah and Yeneno Eba Bedin Commodora. A lot of issues are Yeneno Ebeka home and Sam Intimontion and so Emfa MIA. Dr. Ansana Medana Wabani according to the real issues. No, how is life out of Parliament? That's saying.
For me, there has been good rest because the extent of the work media ni more Parliament. First term no na obreum. But you say na honorable and Odom Preka say honor DBI Udu Chamber. When I was there, he was not the first. I always got in around 6:37
in the morning.
Yeah, left around 9:30
p.m.
Yes, that was the routine. And you know, even though I did 2 terms, me read you, it feels as though
now I have 4 terms.
Asempa FM,
a good break for
94.7.
I'm enjoying it.
Really, but looking at how I now do parliamentary work, no, in the initial days, no. Because I remember say many John Jinapo didn't come after so we lose power no. I'm also say the days immediately after losing power no 1 month no sorry now they came we say one call office and a later car say only power bill bibi sa antro
Parliament in the only MP untimi nko chamber ho so or restricted
sure
that last day you give up your keys, your office is taken from you. Parliament transition, you know, one day 6th January and June 7th, not yes, we will be in.
Yes.
You know, you have no business there.
Yes.
And you know, you had about 6 months to condition yourself and move on.
Wow. And remember, I'm a Yashasia Consemnimo and Kase Ekosiisen Swini, Asempa FM. Dr. Mark Asibe Yeboah is all set. After this short break, you didn't come. Stay with us.
Document when you know, I was saying, Wojuma, Nasmania, any more stress. Entina dame num agbeve, hebatinu, agbeve hebati. Oh, okay, a bemawaya let, a stress nefu hokra.
No cre, me say, manum agbeve tonic, menstrual pains if free me so. Agbeve tonic, when you want to, anase cocoa hawa, numbi.
Agbeve tonic, dear, am why a fine mum,
a bano malaria and swa. Agbeve fever, and a media to tuegu, a bra maya malaria test, and who say,
na what agbeve heba miss capsules sonka kan na ye powder say de would nsuo no mu a no apanka bia de agusu
agbeve heba mix eno na sa me kunu sisi yare eni ayemutim ensan ya afase duro nso
me nso sa
na se me hia agbeve nro hina bia
e wo pharmacies heba de chemical shops apemfo abato mo manufo ne nkwada wo ni fiedum yenu nka ho etufo frɛ agbeve heba products for 020-813-0790 and 0246-595-256 FDA aji edwede nkrato yatum.
Hey, it's me pan and me kita mi amike. Ecobank me damase.
Shy, cow the new.
Osei Ecobank, ye cruisy.
Bonsu bet me cruise wo wankasa wo kem. Esani Ecobank auto finance package nti. Koyen cardless ahodo PI no won ye adwuma ba bia. Yi ka eda wakoma so. Say ye new car, say ye second hand. Ehwa ye mouse special discount. Ecobank sa den hihye pa be boa mo atua ka no kanyina. Ye mouse interest rate ani boa from cry. Ebe brim weni so. Oh, so when your accounts work bank money how cry. Sa kwenye ye da ho mo bia. Enti enso sa ka no ho da keke. Abebu awie. Preto free 0800-003-225. Anasa kwa Ecobank nkra bata bebia na busa Ecobank Auto Finance Package. Enshishe kakra wo ho. Ecobank, the Pan-African Bank.
Ufie be ye fair. We dwuma me wo important bet bright here. Fire no azar paint. E ban bia ho no we twa no azar. E hrensen roma. Azar paint ye papa. E chepa. E chi sama be bianso ye trebie. E ti brighten. Azar woda so te so azar still #1 from the Azar Group.
Have you
tested for HIV? I have. I know many people shy away from taking an HIV test, mainly because they are afraid of the results. Certainly, knowing that you are HIV negative or positive is better than not knowing what your HIV status is. If your HIV test comes out positive, it means you should start treatment to keep you healthy. But if it is negative, then you can adapt practices to ensure that you remain negative. HIV testing is free and you can get a test done at a clinic, hospital, or any accredited health facility. And within the next 10 minutes, you will know your results. The provider will cancel you before and after the result is disclosed to you. You don't have to be afraid of someone else getting to know your HIV status. The healthcare provider is trained to be discreet. If you take the test, you find out that it is nothing to be afraid of. The important thing is now you know what to do to protect your health and that of your loved ones. So go on and take the HIV test now and go along with your partner, a friend, or family member. That is the right thing to do.
This message is brought to you by Ghana AIDS Commission.
Hey, Lala Didi Lala. What worry has so dear? Na me dear yemia. Africa Queen Mackerel bonnet juma was the Africa Queen Mackerel leader what's as you unia. So the year Jania. A dance tomato sauce ne go on so a rich. Yes. A piece of war. It's a major in a day strong con. And nam no sushi muma. Na me just a nam pankwa. Wow bet see. No bet checking so. A great one. Na me say me chokwam quite. Na me to be good more. Not on any terms so. Honey. Oh baba. Oh you ma. Me do. Mitch say, John Love, Gary Photo, rice and stew, and piscine gravy dear. Africa Queen Mackerel ni more. Intimate now. Africa Queen Mackerel. Shawenum keke. Nam papa no.
Africa Queen. Shawenum keke.
A bank that supports you. A bank that cares for you. Hand in hand, we stand with you. So lift your head up, big dreams are waiting. We'll walk with you wherever you go. Where all your dreams come alive, CBG will make you smile.
Hooray! Provident Insurance Eddie Fiedyanai. 40 years. Provident Insurance Cheche Yengina. Was your Mayengina Fisher Po? Nemo, what talk for Frana said Dadanwa. And yet, Pranabayahu Insurance. Motor Insurance he cost you not Chadia to Titia. A Binicupo Edibufu of free Kukamu. And a Provident at Chadia Bebre. Jumedia Fiasia free Necosi 31st March 2023. Jumedia, I should shake a crown.
With Provident, man, you are covered.
For your good health and comfort, only one name that will keep you fit and healthy. Comfortability. Safari products. Safari products. Safari tissues. Safari napkins. Safari towels. Safari products.
Ododo adanfo nana delay meden sempana bedwa Safari tissue at Trinity and California in aqua hibernation. Safari were toilet tissues, napkins, kitchen towels, box tissues, pocket tissues, any unbranded packs. Emuyedu, eyamoton, echinsuo, awodiwomu na echenso. Ye the virgin pulp nkwana aye ye fremu na ye di fidia ehote na ye sede beya enkofa yare bia embrewo na wanya wa home council. Wobenya Safari tissue ato wo show bia ebenwo. Se wo pedodo to a Free Beige Ghana Limited was 0307 001 975 and 6. Safari tissue, ye tissue mu okunini. Safari tissues, moton.
Safari the best. Safari the tissue masters.
Hey! It's me pan and me kita Miami K. Ecobank, me damase.
Shy, count and yo.
Osei Ecobank, yeah, cruisy.
Bonsu bet me cruise wankasa ukem. Esani Ecobank Auto Finance Package inti. Koyen card dealers ahudu PI no one year juma baby ah. Yika eda wakuma so. Say new car, say yes second hand. Ehwa ye mouse special discounts. Ecobank side share pabe bua wetu ya ka no kenyina. Ye mount interest rate and bua from cry. Ebe bring weni so. Oh, so when your accounts we Ecobank and money how cry. Sa kwenye ye da homo bia. Enti so sa ka no ho da ekeke. Abebu ewie. Preto free 0800 003 225. Anasa kwa Ecobank nkrabata bebia nebusa Ecobank Auto Finance Package. Eshishare kakra wo ho. Ecobank, the Pan-African Bank.
Anytime I feel lonely, feeling sad, only one station makes me happy. When I wake up in the morning, only this station makes my day. Yeah. Oh, Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Oh, Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM.
94.7 Asempa FM so ne Ekosiisen dwumadi no wasuguso a utie no ma yana mu nyina ase ne ensan so makwa babio emfa momra Asempa FM. So go ahead transport enterprise boy in Brawley Africa, Agbeve Herbal Center, Seahorse Engine Oil, Obapa Product, Ecobank Ghana, Safari Tissues, Consolidated Bank, Ghana AIDS Commission, Nisi Pharma, Nova Plaster and a Franco Trading Enterprise. And you were boy me the Ekosiisen Abremo in studio Dr. Na onoye the chair of finance committee for more munimno obo adwuma papa in Ghana's parliament ni din Mark Esibe Yeboah or a former member of parliament New Joabin South Koforidia ono ne no AD enkomo. Honorable, my first question be say between time and now we are chair of the finance committee and say what has changed with Ghana's economy?
I think say 2020 COVID strike. I remember say approval Sika from oil revenues about $1.2 billion. The real giddy. Economy grew at 1%. It is clear the COVID 94.7. You're trying to 5 months and you're to airports move in Kola school for 8 months. In COVID no, affect the economy no. That was 2020.
Yes,
and 2022 was an election year. Election year, electoral commission bill and electoral commission over 1 billion cedis to conduct the election,
and it was financed wholly by the government of Ghana.
Yes, re-registration, election day, electoral commission almost set up. Maybe anyone more than 600 voters by 3 no biato.
Yeah,
na baby and now. You enjoy a lot of freebies. COVID strike here, free water. You enjoy free electricity, cooked meals, lockdown. The COVID bill, no, maybe upon hindsight, if I say, COVID no crab, Djokovic no one vaccine, so on. But at the time, no sending who say Italy. And Europe, America, near the idea. Oh, yeah, buying an president. You couldn't have taken for granted. You know, Ghana, Nipe Wuya through COVID, 2005. You know, the management of the COVID outbreak.
Asempa FM.
The attendance cost. I may accident see nipa minu kura hit me, you know. Inti won't mean so nipa 1,005 keki near ball. Sa kana inti COVID no a big dent economy. Then of course February so no war started in 2022.
Yes.
And also you can imagine, because the recovery from the COVID it took some time. There are places are still China, there are areas they are still under lockdown.
Yeah.
Obeka container near $2,500. They should took over 11,000 under COVID. Still nipa bi won't even go China. Nina affecting businesses near the identity. War and so by global inflation inflation everywhere. I want to tell you complain. We talk beggar $14 American the baby and also any effects into COVID, election related expenses, and then of course the war. And kahona maybe yan so ejana no so entem
ejana emu de hin no
in 2022 no
sure
say you who said sanema we nyina no before we realize na aka de no kakra kakra no we needed to seek help, which we are now doing from the fund and through the debt restructuring and all
the other policies. No? But some have said, say, and I'm happy, say, you call back to 2020 because you left Parliament in
6th January
2021 NLF Parliament. And Nyome course in the year 2020, you were actively involved as chair of the finance committee. Yes, COVID was a huge blow, but so what kind of recent Auditor General's report now? Meaning, so we got some inflows from COVID, Sika, donor partners, the IMF, the World Bank, the now measure against how much we spent. Even when we are saying, say, COVID related expenditure was out of the roof, no, it seems that we made some savings. You don't really see where, and even the COVID related expense now you control over, no. We seem to have I say na ye bom pai se bibi samra ne emfa ho mfanya ne yoma.
You see my follow commentary ni bi. People are focusing on the expenditure on COVID related activities. But revenues number it is kind of a big call into the budget.
Okay.
Even though COVID inflows it's kind of core budget. Because revenues are not expected from the ports, customs, excise. The whole time now, lockdown.
Yes.
Now you have to two airports, money, ports near the end.
But 2020 GRA met their target, revenue target.
You see, every time I say targets, I have mid-year review.
Okay.
So it is November, Minister of Finance every day budget. GRA ama revenue target.
Sure.
It was about 109 BBBB. But by July, Oba be revising
targets, no.
Because after running the economy for 6 months, by July, then he has a fair idea. The target all can so GRA met was the revised
target,
the revised revenue target in July. Kai said lockdown early March. Lockdown was early March. Into March, April, May, June, nothing was happening. So our target now as a GRA meeting was the revised revenue target set out in the mid-year
budget
because the economic growth was 1%. Revenue growth now revenue.
Yes.
So if your growth was 1%, how could you have realized the revenue target now was set here in November of 2019? It couldn't have been.
Okay, I get the point now, but the point about expenditure, and I understand, say, Sikani baby go into budgetary support and all of that, but even those that went directly into fighting COVID, no, the report from the Auditor General doesn't look good.
Yeah, you see, sometimes we run ahead of ourselves. Auditor General's report, they call Parliament. And the public accounts,
yes.
They say, you can't hang anyone with the reports. Reports now when the set out procedure and say, Auditor General, no,
yes,
not the reports, no, were laid before Parliament. They say Public Accounts Committee almost consider 2020 Auditor General's report. With the special report, it falls in his remit to do some auditing. Our reports, can't Parliament.
Yes.
Public Accounts Committee be invited near the Juman the report of the Public Accounts Committee on the Auditor General's report. So that's it.
Okay.
And now Parliament are adopted. The whole normal like I say charges Yajia to where you disallow it.
Okay.
Say. But of course, once the report is published, juice, people
sensational.
But a lot of it we have seen. And so we do Public Accounts Committee. And I watered down. We won't say na and tisa and let's give the
benefit of the doubt for now.
Yes, until we go to ABC or PIAC reports and Nobel Finance Committee. Oil revenue, I say. Patrick Nomu, the Chief Director, Minister of Finance, not church or name anymore. If I award the contract to but procurement processes you do. So that's it. Contract you are. Yeah, let's say a ban 2020, but I've never called Public Procurement Authority. Or more approval, now fee, approval contract, value for money audit. I ban the contracts be her. Member of Parliament, approval, approval up to 9 take it off. Until those funds will be sitting somewhere.
But no Auditor General qua
there be said or no dear. You approve. You approve.
You don't expect to be on the ground.
Sometimes the whole 9 years. And I'll be saying near money. I basically the end from south. And that from side, sometimes,
Yeah. And you easy so best conduct government money. But it seems over the past 30 years, with park sittings near the and the outcomes, easy because I mean you find Nipan Beba MPs Nibuofu, Obiho no much in the name, a few you would find the Auditor General charge them, no, I just can't be back near the bar, but majority who's had your first Kennedy.
I think I said you play catch up. They say almost consider
2020
reports and a public accounts here. Michia ranking member, Honorable Arafat.
Okay.
I can say even now they've come up to speed kakra.
Yes.
Because previously sometimes 3 years back and now 4 years back reports now if it is the case and say near Abbey Auditor General report, imagine say in about 3 months' time. And Parliament issues here on the front burner. No BR any DH. Well, but you can imagine say that report by the time committee be consider maybe in 3 years time.
In 3 years.
There might be different ministers at the helm answering to some of these. The panic be our directors ni be retire. It's a baby crab what I say. A money lusu so bite if we are able to audit these in time and then the consideration of these reports empower committee no meet me in
terms of you made the point sir so janano entem in the from 2020 COVID struck 2022 Russia-Ukraine war by at what point war watching from the outside we are at time now only Parliament you watching from the outside at what point now who say no we've gotten to that tipping point I will say a kokojemwa
I'm say obi say so untiminchi out danka ubehu so behind dying now or rent you due by everyone say Marchi. By now, I started proud.
Yes.
Or landlord amount notice. So only say baby I want the boy now. I'm sure you will be downgraded.
Yeah.
So that. Yeah. Previously, they say in 2018, 19, 2020, even 2021.
Yes.
We always went to the Eurobond market. So
yes.
Into every year, be a Eurobond market. Near pick it $3 billion. That was what we did from I think 2018 was the first one we did. That was about 1.5. But 2019, 3 billion.
Okay.
2020, 3 billion. 2021, so 3 billion.
About budgetary support.
About 3 billion. You'd be a friend of liability management.
Okay.
You're refinancing old ones.
Old debt.
Now by 1 billion be about budgeting. You forex kakra summit Bank of Ghana. Now a show up currency. Now what I say. 2022, we were ready to go. Parliament had even given approval.
So young capital market, Eurobond.
Yes, we were ready to go. Then in January, Fitch a downgrading.
January 2022. Okay.
Fitch a downgrading.
Okay.
And a Moody's. Fitch downgrading. At the end could B minus.
Now that's how downgrading is based on what? No, what's the
So, your budget, your basically I bought the Eurobonds earlier ones. Okay. Your budgets now already annually. And investors in social. No matter revenues never say bit my service data. Like I say, in the 2022 budget, which was ready in November 2021,
yes.
You indicate say you pass e-levy. I be my 7 billion Ghana cedis.
Yes.
Until clearly, investors in your normal say, so many just 7 billion from a new revenue measure. At that time, in November of 2021,
yes.
7 billion cedis. It was about $1.2 billion.
Oh, okay.
So if this measure was really going to give $1.2 billion, then we can give them a pass. Now, so I measure, I'm passing by the close of year.
Sure.
I'm passing by close of year. And according to 2022. Until by January, Fitch and Moody's, S&P.
Yes.
More information on Ghana than you and I. More reps were happy.
Okay.
They talk to people on a daily basis. Offer governor needs to see us of information. Governor offer finance. So that's it. Until by January, looking at parliament antecedents near course, they were convinced that one, this thing was going to drag. And two, they had also done revenue now expecting 180 million. Until Fitch downgraded us in January of 2022. That downgrade took us in Fitch's to B minus. But B minus we're still good to go. And at February, Moody's
so the
C no. I don't know. They're trying to junk status. But
confidence
confidence yield on the bond.
Okay.
So that
will be higher.
Yes, I saw what there's a hand, back to your question. Ubusa say time and near so say Fitch downgrading me now. I'm running straight to the fund. Because there's a capital market, so 3 billion I make offer ADBI liability management. Now me di being so
budget no.
Added to that, by February, that's the town halls for e-levy and At
the time, Fitch ni Moody's air downgrading, and we're still doing town hall.
And eventually, we passed e-levy.
Yes.
By year end, we got 300 million. We're projected 7 billion.
7 billion.
And early January, February, I think that was the time, and they say, no, international capital market is close. E-levy, so no. I take effect May not just well lose 4 months of revenue. So
but I mean, you thought rather than implementing and introducing a policy like e-levy, that time I never sank here starting the fund needing income.
It is not either or what I say.
Okay.
Even though near share e-levy anymore, we could still have
gone to the
fund.
Eventually, the president, because already the statement from the information ministry, say president order the finance minister.
But there will be nothing wrong with that. I'm your president. I should be able to order any minister.
Yeah, but the point they say when it gets to that point, and they say your minister doesn't believe in that decision, in by force.
I know the minister can publicly say no matter what, we won't go to the IMF. So the minister can.
Yeah, until the president decided and say that was when the president probably should have removed him, no?
Well, you see, I always say economic management, finance, these are not exact sciences.
Yes.
So
yes,
the propensity to get it wrong. Me manage the economy, me can't say
yes.
All through our history, we get it wrong all the time. You know, if indeed he believed the E-levy will pass, you better attain his revenue na woman no.
Yes.
Na na fe we backtrack and say let's go to the funder. We should be able to live with that. And yeah, fatal.
You think so?
Say changing his mind to go back to deal with the fund.
You're talking the president or the finance minister?
The finance minister. No. Also, he should have fired him at the time.
Yes.
Now, make us say, at the time now, what I say, on starting engage. No. He and so president as a finance minister, it might take about 2 months to get a new one in place. Parliament is not coming back until 7th
February.
Parliament bar the referral, the lieutenant president, I'm speaker.
Yeah.
When we referral to the appointments committee. Appointments committee be advertise it for about 2 weeks in the daily. So be was Simbia.
On Famra.
They will sit depending on amount for schedules near their day. Sometimes appointments committee be like I say we better so you go through all the motions. Sometimes
2-3 months.
Until by July 1st now, also on starting engaging fund. How was he going to say it's a step aside and who leads the charge?
I get you. But as we speak, no, see our staff level agreement number. Abai air share name say board level agreement, which is the most critical, Ebeba. The last trip or more US, I saw pictures of you. You were there, right?
So Asempa painting I'm a call when you say I was
Asempa.
I wasn't part of the
I don't get team no.
Where
wow
some a pass 17 then I call.
Now Asempa ben kwa na bemwako. Meaning say around the negotiation table now on Ghana team no.
No. I have not done any work for government since I left parliament.
Okay. Okay. In way, you were there at the invite of IMF and I wanna
IMF. How could I get this? Over phones is here now from some information.
I'm with the sure.
You just work. They say who register. I want annual meeting.
Sure.
So you register that you want to go. Or call IMF accreditation. Also, on coffee. Do not before you shouldn't come on.
It is the staff level agreement number, and I would want to believe say Ghana and Nkasa would have to put together some, for the want of a better expression, homegrown policies via IMF, Ebeman stamp of approval. That's the case.
So
right?
Contained in the staff level agreement.
Okay.
So the other friend homegrown or policies contained in the staff level agreement. Yana you indicate is a per 3 billion.
Yes.
Even though our quota determines that.
Okay.
Your quota instead then do 3 billion. But the good thing about Ghana, the Ghana case is your story no. You be a ede. So I just say country, WhatsApp region, Burkina terrorists, into Kwawo Niger, Mali, Boko Haram, Nigeria. Into Ghana case, you know.
It's fascinating.
World Bank near IMF, no. Omo pay asem. It is a 3 billion young qualified cry. They will bend over. It is in their interest to see Ghana succeed. Into the staff level agreement, all my detail in the MLB said we want to restore macro stability. Your debt has to become sustainable.
Yes.
But debt sustainability, a problem.
Asempa FM
almost say
94.7.
Almost per se in present value terms. Your debt to GDP ratio. Say your debt to GDP ratio. And Kameka say be 80%. But I am a fund buyer. Almost in the money be a energy sector. The accounts. You see,
some below the line reporting.
Almost 104 for the purposes of your discussion. 104.
104%
debt to GDP ratio. IMF one say by 2028, in present value terms, your debt to GDP ratio should come down to 55%.
Ish. Well, that's 2016.
Yeah, 2016 or 56.7.
56.7, yeah. After rebasing, right?
Oh, yeah, solid. Oh, new numbers. Wow. Until 56.7 and near what? End 2020. That's where they want. This time we used to in present value terms.
Okay.
They want us to come down from 104 to 55. That's a steep.
Too much.
A steep decline.
Too much.
So one, the negotiations in October are Washington. I think say we should have fought the 55.
And tell them the way they are not.
We should have fought the 55. My information is that we tried fighting it. But it appears say you're posturing proud to go in there. I'm fighting it. So it's 55 no. And on a day in the same way in Aba. You see about debt to GDP ratio of 55% by 2028. And a debt service. Debt service in here. How much of your revenue now would it your interest or the service debt?
Yes.
So you know, you're number 50%. You see about 18%.
Wow.
It's steep.
Too much.
Now to come to attain these numbers, no, and SMR are debt restructuring.
That's the reason for the debt restructuring.
If you okay board approval, no, IMF no say you will be a friend of prior actions.
Yes.
Into yes, I near my way. Almost debt restructuring don't remember.
Okay.
It's between you and your creditors.
Your creditors, no.
Into no. Do your debt operation. Let's show you. Into no. External, no. Your suspended debt repayment.
Yes.
Coupon was due last week.
Creditors not here.
External, papa.
Okay.
External,
they understand.
The reason is that Eurobonds now issue. We have issued 40-year Eurobonds.
Oh, okay.
We have 41-year Eurobond on our books.
Do you want me to watch it?
Your 30-year. It's almost wealth for a generation.
Yeah.
It's almost the better way. No man, no more your man. It's all 3-4 years. We went to ya.
And shut down for papa.
And almost individual bondholders. When you Goldman Sachs, Franklin Templeton, JP Morgan, and almost portfolio, Goldman Sachs, the portfolio we invest in. Maybe I say $250 billion. Or the Binam Argentina or hotspots. It will ensure against political risk. Extend and then you so they can control.
So it's easy to get them to understand and give off some way before.
It is in their interest because ultimately, say economic rebound there. So
they will make more.
40-year bond.
That's true.
And what?
That's true.
What I say? Also, Argentina, a few years ago, we issued 100-year bond. It is how invest almost penny sign to the coupons over 100 years. The nana. So I just say, it's you know, you're suspending payments on Eurobonds, which about $13 billion.
Wow.
You're suspending, and after commercial loans, so you're suspending, and a bilateral. But of course, bilateral, and being the Paris Club or debt forgiveness.
Debt forgiveness.
It's external idea. We can manage.
Manage
but
it can be managed.
And a domestic, no. That's where we want to work on about 137 billion.
137 billion Ghana cedis.
Yes, of the domestic, and then a restructure. It's our 137, and then another pension funds. We have 26.9 billion.
Yeah.
I
exempt here.
Banks, will bear 55 billion to 60 billion cedis.
Okay.
Individual bondholders bear 8 billion.
8 billion.
Any all collective investment schemes, we see Canada they are called to EDC.
Yes.
What I say, I know collective because Wajiji will be 3,000.
Sure.
And also about 7.5 billion. But individual bondholders forum, almost the individual bondholders as it were. Collective investment schemes. So I'm afraid they are working at 15.5 billion.
Oh, okay. I understand it now. It is a fine individual bondholders properly so called 8 billion.
8 billion.
If government should decide today, say why exempt is 8 billion now and the whole project.
So because the government already exempted 26.9
billion pensions.
Yes. It is our short for two because mind you 137 or the year to show it up and or the
individual for the
about 8 billion. So but okay individuals pension funds we own for say individual labor union individual bondholders collective investment schemes individuals stricto sensu.
Yeah.
So
but what it means, I'm sure we'll break down now. If government should decide, say after exempting pension holders 27 point something billion off, say Osei exempt individual bondholders 8 billion. Now it's a 137. No, there's no way government can meet that target.
But so government, this free advice should go back to the fund and say 55 landing.
Okay, that's an interesting.
This high level. My vice president, high level. Cause
but is the fund amenable to sir?
Almost pay him. What I say, and come on consider his case, cry. Almost Sri Lanka for say Mamuska upon the scene. The Ghana case, the Ghana story is a beautiful one.
A beautiful story.
And you know, Yanko Kase, Yan landed with 65.
65.
Yes.
A bit to me, a creative room.
Sir, a honor for what I say.
Okay.
Say, you buy, you better engage Yanko because almost they be almost social protection as part of
sure.
You know, you need Yanko for economy piano. There are 3 actors.
Yes.
There are individuals and now from households. Then there are businesses or firms. Individuals, businesses, and then government.
Yeah.
Now, government and what you know to mean to Osei shift burden. I'm an individual.
How is that possible?
Part of the
general economy.
And it's, you know, so government nankasano. Bank of Ghana or Muru we made about government business baby. So let us look at that. You meet me cross will be if you are Kahana. And Bank of Ghana is government also ripe for debt forgiveness for Hana. Government is the 100% shareholder of Bank of Ghana.
I know, but debt forgiveness where one I would do our Bosiano say Abina
and you know
Abina Sikan Wabu
but I build up a debt in him.
Okay. It's part of your general debt.
You know
in the Bank of Ghana can debt forgiveness. Now a yisa every year.
So
now my 65 and 55.
We should not be rigid about the whole program.
Okay.
Just as we took out the
pension
funds.
No.
And Ghana Association of Bankers, government are reached agreement. Initially, government said 2023 untia interest be 0. 2024 bet you 5%.
Yes.
2025 bet you 10% and same subsequently. So
yes,
Sana government can on the banks initially now they say 2023 bet you interest 5%. Now feel why 9% subsequently.
Yes.
Because 0, 5, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. I didn't you are not divided by a number of years now. Now your number can 5, 9, 9 and now divide the same thing. But the banks are comfortable with this one and they will agree to this one if what I'm hearing is true.
But Honorable, you should be on Ghana's negotiation team. And have they ministry a contact on also one year now?
I haven't done any work for the
you
government
said that.
Since I left Parliament. But I think
when the call comes through,
say I should help.
Say you should help your country be part of this negotiation.
Ghana, my motherland. Why not? The thing is, let us not underestimate Nippon Juman.
But anyways,
we have very, very solid guys in the ministry and the Bank of Ghana. I'm not talking of the leadership.
Yes.
On a day-to-day basis, I'm sure I say before you come and take your seat, I'm for Nima Juma.
Sure.
Akoso.
Sure.
You know, I think we agree to a 55, but we can go back
and tell them
in the staff level say but now why not go to a 65 or even a 70?
But would you agree with Omuaeka say yes, we have a steep target 104 to 55, but rather than a debt restructuring agreement, Abai and share other cost items in the expenditure. Now by any free. Some have called for cutting down the size of government. Some have called for, other expenditure. Be Abai can easily. I mean, Article 71 and all of those. Now a optional immediately. Now Abai be to me rather than the exchange.
So the 55% landing now. I think say in this year you go to 89 and gradually will come down. And yet debt operation in Canada 55.
Okay.
Revenue measures, who's a VAT, you increase VAT by 2.5%. Into an
okay.
Into revenue measures now, government is working seriously on the property rates front.
Show up your revenues. Okay.
On the expenditure side, so yes, I've also heard it. Maybe we should do a little more in terms of numbers. In terms of GDP. Downsizing
government
and constitute even 2% of GDP.
Really?
Yes, and constitute the whole government flagship programs in total for 2023 9.6 billion
cedis.
Yes, all the government
flagship programs
9.6 billion.
9.6 billion.
Yes. Now, nursing and teacher training allowance, what did you mean over 500 million? School feeding, less than 1 billion. I have it. I can. But it is good for the optics.
Okay.
So what I say?
For the optics. To show, say, Aban is doing something.
Exactly. What I say? Oh, won't mean to our school fees, won't mean to me buy me who say only small girl bit moving pick up
the breakfast
me try when this I say so I just say
yes
intino as I say you can say okay individuals take a hit, banks take a hit, insurance companies take a hit.
Yes,
let us all share in the burden. So into that burden sharing and intino Deputy Minister bad time in cotton fee. So, in terms of saving,
okay, but so it makes a statement.
Then the ordinary man or say, oh yeah, I buy a chest and a yabre. So, in Tinia may be I didn't know buying says he no. Emma minister be and drive it 4x4.
Sure,
savings near. The same argument in the holds.
For the optics, meaning say what the finance minister announced in the budget about expenditure cuts, and yet are they not enough to give sir optical way in Ghana?
Because the devil
is in the details.
Capital expenditure we're increasing from 16 billion to 27 billion. 16 billion in 2022. To 27 billion
in 2023, but Ghanaians need the project.
But we cannot eat our cake and have it. This is a year your deep austerity.
Yes.
For this year, there's nothing wrong with saying it's okay. Free SHS, very good policy. But for this year, parents in Chebibi Kakra for boarding.
Okay.
So that's it.
Yes.
Teacher and nursing training allowance, and I'm a kind of just 500 million. But until say economy be rebound. And I want to say asophobia trust say National Cathedral.
Yen suspending your auditing.
Apart from say so that's it.
Yeah.
Almost had the council say yen suspending till the economy rebounds. Are they not the same pastors who were advocating say Yensi Cathedral?
Yeah.
And I'm
yes.
There will come a time that the cathedral will be fully built. But for now, in some of these programs can wait in this year. Because if you're an individual bondholder, now say, say, yes, say, we interest our expected this year on Sanka, and nobody go to any best school fees, and nobody share the mommy.
Sure.
No, there he can share in the burden. How is government
also sharing in the burden? No, so far, and very profound in the conversation.
And I make us say the argument from the government side, which I've also heard, is that in terms of numbers, and
and you saying that argument
numbers, and you be but one say, I said, my mom phone who said, "Oh, we are in crisis. We are in big crisis. We are in big crisis. What does say Ghana?" Ain't in China Wakada. When you see Cocoa Board, then I say,
yeah.
if you are not careful, it filters into other sectors.
Other sectors
of the economy. There are contractors, PTC, I say contractors.
On my abandoned site. And then a question back when maybe say now that I restructure your external debt.
Exactly.
Once if and knowing say majority of your capital project they are funded by Sika free outside Eba. What it then means they say can suspend payments, no?
So commercial loans, say Ekoji loan, say be a PTC interchange, Sino Hydro loans. The money doesn't come to Ghana again. The money sits there. It is a contract and a year Juma na already certificate.
No, Omotria.
Na ministry, no. Supervising ministry for roads are certified.
Okay.
Now they call finance.
Okay.
Now finance assigns say pay. Now the interim payment certificate. Accord bank no. So China or so Germany.
No more releases canon.
No more. The moment I will announce I was suspended payments
on commercial
external.
Loan.
I know when you answer Sadia.
You release it.
Until come on for there are some contractors who cry IPC some raise their omuntia. So you can make the decision say. Some projects where they are exempt. They say PTC interchange. Let's say do by 80%.
Sure.
And
sure.
You make that decision. So to the extent that you continue servicing that debt,
they will release money.
Exactly. So you have to write to them say in our external suspension of external payments, A, B, C, D, and count.
But it's a no-brainer. Until I'm buying
you see, external and starting engage.
Okay.
So it was a blanket.
But generic statement there buying
it had to come. Okay. It had to come because some payments were coming.
Okay.
I'm sure all of these
a cost specific engagement that they will raise.
Nephrology center here. Urology center here, it has to go on.
It would find ways of paying back the way.
Service, but some projects will suffer. Some projects
come what may.
Yeah, some projects will suffer, and you are testimony to the Takrade one.
Yeah, Takrade one.
Some projects will suffer. What is seriousness? Is say the contractors will demobilize.
In your free site. Back no more sign the bar
until the cost
will shoot up.
And the contractor big projects mobilizing to sites
and easy.
Yeah, but equipment will call fear. Maybe a call Gambia. Yes,
you all say year free
another or your project will answer the best background.
I just will read the oil no crown was sign Abba,
but I'm sure they will smoothing some of these things.
Honorable, if the president should pick up a phone and call you, I don't know the last time I was in the Kasai though, but if he should put a call through to you, say he needs you to come and help in his government, are you ready? Obey.
In what capacity? I'm sure he will specify.
There is the Minister of State at the Finance Ministry. It's vacant now.
Oh, it will be filled this week.
No, but it's vacant now.
But I'm telling you, it will be filled this week.
I know it will be filled.
Yeah, so
but it can be you. You can go and fill that.
Okay, I haven't had a phone call as yet.
But obey.
That we have to sit through and know adequate.
Okay.
Stations be fair. Sure.
Sure.
Until how attractive is the job, then control now. That's
why you've been finance committee chairman. You should know.
Oh, sir,
you should know the going-ons.
The Minister of State, okay. The minister is still your boss, so
yes, that's true.
Until you shouldn't be taking a job for it's sick. So that's it. That's what.
Also to make impact.
Now I can kind speeches now or child or honorable now because I like it.
But for the finance minister proper, that one you would.
The president says Ken is doing a fantastic job. He says he's doing an excellent job.
I said, and only before MPs in revolt.
When I say MPs in revolt, one can't obey. Also, let him finish the IMF. Then we can revisit the John can't baby as obey.
Yeah, but it's not looking like the IMF thing will be done with anytime soon.
So, because you see, your SLA, which we are doing this debt operation, the debt operation to all intents and purposes, never board.
Yeah, board, and we are looking at by July. No.
Oh, me some pay Asempa. So I just say
in the March.
March, being funny said by Easter there should be something in place.
Some agreement in place
by Easter.
And after a non as a Ken Yes, or no willingly resign.
Uncle baby.
Hey. Say on resign.
On resign. The guy is doing an excellent job.
According to you or the
according
president?
to the president, he's the coach.
No, but I'm talking about you.
What the touchlight? Coach, you don't know, or she will be a performance, no, or go Kumasi or Bubawante. Oh, according to the president, the man is doing an excellent job.
But do you think he's doing an excellent job?
I haven't assessed his work.
But someone not yet, Jumada.
Yeah, but that was when I was in Parliament, and
at the time he was doing an excellent job.
Yes. I said the record when we were going to the election 2020, we had no doubt that the MPP was going to.
Did you agree, sir? But for COVID, Russia, Ukraine, you know, and Kaken will be a great finance minister.
I think that the numbers speak for themselves. The deficit numbers, the first term, but Nyama Asay Kaka.
Nyoma Asay, is it solely COVID, Russia, Ukraine, and I say buying decisions be the finance ministry decisions being swamwa?
Once the finance minister represents the government. Now the minister say Obika say he levy a catch and so on.
Asempa FM 94.7.
Yeah. Is it the minister's decision? It's the president's budget, cabinet decision. How that say?
Yeah.
Also, catch a minister and say on 1.5 na 20. President now the budget now present cabinet is share. I working numbers and say rate to any EP. Also, my catch minister and so on 1.5 now 20. I don't know a basis for your opinion.
It cannot be 11 because a cabinet decision.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay. 2015, so I said we buy. And I defended Setep because one year I was standing the assembly there. Then the vice president must go. Then the president
himself must go. Yeah.
And
all cabinet ministers must go.
So, we shouldn't personalize some of these things.
Yeah.
In any event, I pity whoever will want to be finance minister now.
After him.
To see meetings upon meetings, and only labor union, and no, we are only a friend, individual bondholders, only collective investment. IMF for fraud, World Bank for fraud.
In the Omunya months now.
Only media should not. Meetings upon meetings, we are friends and JB Washington. I'm a 47 Brown. By the end of the month, early February, I saw a call. Now playing with Trano, I went to say, and your fans, sir.
Yeah, but the point they say, if you are looking at the bigger picture, the bigger Ghanaian picture and the Ghana interest, I've heard arguments say Nipa will lead you into the ditch. No, should not be the same person bringing us out, and there should be some changes.
It's all stretch here. Those stretches are arguments.
It cannot be him alone. It's true. It's true. It's true.
It will mean that we need deputies.
No, say one. I can't minister and the boss. The deputy serve at us.
Let us look to the president. No.
Baba, it's not likely. Says Papa Nankasa and Fenejuma and the president would sack him. It doesn't look like it. Especially so to me, successfully in a board level agreement now.
Uncle baby,
Ken Oforiata.
Uncle baby.
Do you agree with Omo Ayeka say? And now I'm looking at your party, the NPP. Say ne continuous stay. SND signals be a demoralized party for no. You've heard that argument, no? Now what is it about him or Mampini Intimi Empamuno?
You say no, sir, a Pamo Asem, where is it coming from?
Oh, you've not heard?
No, a group of MPs be and
yes.
Means it's a party. A party. We have the local party, the regional party.
No, make a party for any B.
Party for B saying. What I say?
You are active on social media.
No, but party for B saying will be controlled on Facebook now or they are to Twitter. Will be I say. I don't know. Will be the Chinese can also be a because see anywhere do I say. What is a national party? No steering committee. And our regional executives will baby. What is
no, I know the baby Samai.
And let us not reduce ourselves to ngophobia or baby. Or be a question from Chocho. We has said,
yeah, but the MPs are key stakeholders. The MPs have not backed down on their demand.
So let them pursue that fight. But one here, Ochinabino, Sana Besaba.
Ubinsu Beshafa, another
energy minister, no cry, you know, because MPs 12 BCC and 84 and 100 and
I get you.
I'm not defending Colonel Ferrata.
No, I understand.
I'm not defending Colonel Ferrata, but let us not reduce, to xenophobia. Say, oh, minister, no, because Mrs. all stretch as and finance minister,
the whole cabinet would have to go.
Exactly. I thought, say, 11. Nipa a tran where Susu say, Yebenya 7 billion. No money on my so I just and no, may directors being so do
ministry, because I'm on this half figure.
Exactly. Oh no, can no only elasticity or only regression. And Wababeka, one of our advising is say,
regression analysis.
And now just say, we have my 7 billion. And what Jatun could defend your cabinet, not cabinet of the Ombeka.
Yeah, Ombejatum.
I know.
Yeah, I get you. Ekosiisen is the Asempa FM. Dr. Mark Asibeyeboa, former chairman of the finance committee, and Aidin Komo, former member of parliament, New Joabin South constituency, and Aidin Komo. Lot and lot of your messages coming through. I'll go through some of them briefly. Now, we are no Eddie Amaya Nafe, Yaneno Edin Komo Abery. Would ask him about other issues in his party, and at the back, but honorable. Earlier, you made the argument about optics. Say, by cutting down their expenditure, no, sometimes for the optics it looks good. Don't you also think, say, a reshuffle, and not just Ken Oforiatta, but a reshuffle generally in government would also engender some level of confidence in the Ghanaian people?
I think, say, I know the Nipa P advances argument. Oh, boy, I will lead the train now, so you change.
Yes.
And reshuffling will not be a bad thing. I think say it will bring fresh energy. I didn't see NDC for a reshuffle on leadership on my front bench. I'm sure say
fresh energy.
Yeah, going into the 2024 no. They want to up the game.
In the reshuffle will not be bad.
Yes.
But at least your information says by the end of this week, BBC.
And from a grapevine, but in truth, once had a conversation with the president.
Yes.
And he this was 2016 campaign.
2016 campaign, okay.
And he said, no, on Jerry reshuffle.
Unbelievable reshuffle.
Either you are in his government or
you're out.
Because the person is not doing well. Why are you reshuffling him to another?
And you can take him out of the government.
Tana, he said it, so no.
Unbelieving my you free, I don't know. It me you free, me you free, not for Fraba. But when you also say the argument has been made, say this whole thing, the president is reluctant because the finance minister no ntimi, you know, in the mean ntimi, the end yamu obi anwo. Have you heard that argument as well? That's why I can put it on baby.
Uncle baby. Kai.
Just say maybe a vacancy one. Who would be your best bet for trade? Trade and industry.
Hey, that question is Yobusa na ABB. I thought say Ahomkan Lindsay was a very good deputy trade minister.
Yeah, Ahomkan Lindsay. He's no longer part of government.
I don't know, but when he appeared before the finance committee,
he was solid.
Yeah, but I don't know. But he was
KT Hammond Neko.
KT I had more trade pay.
Okay.
As deputy and Akofo. Yeah, he would fit in.
Obit me fit it. Who will be your best bet for a Greek ministry? Because my boss had 2 minutes on a vacancy. What's it?
A Greek. Your party. Honorable Kwetu, so
Kwetu, or former or MP.
But he had to.
Is your tree crop development authority?
He had to resign. Okay.
Yeah, I remember.
And I don't know if he has been forgiven of his sins at the time, but he would be.
Would Brian Achampon be a good Greek minister?
You call for so see be.
Me busa because on the artist or kwa.
Asempa 94.7.
Sir, to acquire Greek ministry and your bad. But bit my human idea.
Oh, say we know political leadership.
Sure.
You get good advisors around you, and okay. Why Minister of State? He will not be overwhelmed by the position.
The position.
No. Some ministers now I continue. Yes.
Anyway, since yenimsa mo party na start a reorganization, the next big thing will be parliamentary and presidential primaries. Super delegate congress over to be.
Yeah, took coordinators crowd to be.
Well, that's even the main congress won't to be.
Oh, I will call congress in China. They are now calling the police in accreditation.
But at least you have an interest in who becomes the next flag bearer.
Let's get the economy on a sound footing. We have 2 years
to do that.
Yes, but if the economy doesn't rebound, I will not be pumped up.
Oh, really? To support anybody?
Well, not support, but I'm saying that our fortunes will not be good if
in the elections.
Yeah,
so economy, your man turning around that.
People are really struggling.
Yeah, but your flag bearership contest, they cannot wait. It was some more year. You have an interest.
Oh, not an interest. First and foremost, my car is a mentor Banibi. Secondly, I don't have a constituency. I don't have to go anywhere to.
You have a constituency. You're a former MP.
Yeah, that's all constituency. Oh, yeah, MP for the constituency.
Yes.
Or say my constituency.
My constituency.
They say, "Oh, cancer."
Collision course with the offices here.
The cancer. They say, "Oh, need constituency." I cannot go to a constituency and say Mishia polling stations. Who bond up? Oh, then to be now. But it's
true.
You will be undermining the city, which a lot of people do. What I say, but so why MP paying? When we come out, yes, sir.
That's why MP paying. That's why you say in your case, no, I don't think you would want to become MP again. And
no.
You've decided.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you're MP,
no,
not even in a different constituency.
No.
Obo. In the Obo workers, one person will be MP.
Yeah, MP OPQ.
After some time now,
no. Chill. One say the constitution, term limits. President, the term limits in here. 8 years. If the framers of the constitution intended to have term limits for MPs, and can this be 8 years? So, until after 2 terms, it's a president where we not say, you change the constitution. I mean, after 2 terms in parliament,
it's okay.
Yeah.
In the what's the future for you like? Obe going to private practice. Obe, then what would you be doing?
I can't retire.
It is then. What would you be doing now?
I contemplated teaching, but
teaching Sikanisha.
Man can make a class be working, but
Sikan and Shadan Koyesa.
I'm to teach for paying lectures,
sir.
Associate professor, Madame for Dr. Family.
It is our private consultancy, right?
Yeah, we have a very small firm. My wife and I, small one.
Okay.
Asempa FM.
But who has a career politician? Like without politics, there is nothing.
Who is a career?
Oh, there are career politicians.
Let me say.
Now, also be outside politics, nothing.
Really?
Yeah.
Well,
there are people like that.
I don't think so. Say, your appointment, technically speaking, we are a politician. If you're MP, president, minister, opposition.
They are politicians.
Then,
but you are a politician. You are a former member of parliament.
And you can say career politician. No, you're doing.
No, career politician. You're more which means on the whole life. Because, for example, say Oko Congress in the US. No, be our parliament 40 years, 50 years.
And so he stays in parliament and they're career politicians. So, mayor MP for a long time. I'm only from career.
In Alban back when you're a career politician.
Exactly.
Che means Sabun.
Haruna Idrisu. What I say. But in the Oko parliament 2 terms now. Where 3 or 3 terms. So you move on to something else.
Yeah. And you believe, sir, if things don't turn around, your party cannot win the next election?
It will be difficult.
It will be very difficult. How do you see Bawumia as president and a flag bearer of your party?
I think he has paid his dues, what I say. Your numbers na kosro in the northern regions. They say northern region, NDC on 9, NC on 9.
Yes.
You're 9.
Yes.
You cannot discount
his impact.
Yeah. So even Savannah region, you're 4 or more 3. Back on
northeast.
Yeah, 3 or more 4. Overall, the 3 northern regions, MPP were 16. The old northern region, NDC were 15. There were times I knew 3 out of 31. They say you were 16, NDC were 15 in the old northern region, as it were. See, he has done his bit.
Does that mean, sir, he's earned the right to be flag bearer?
Yeah, so the delegates will decide. But for me, my friend is severe.
Yeah,
I think he will be a good president. You see, when you are not really in charge, we've seen it with John Mahama when he was vice president. When he became president, he had to
take decisions.
So I think with the kind of CV that he boasts, if he's giving the nod,
but his record will be played back to him, and it's the same record that Oka says, and your man 10 around. It's difficult you doing the election.
So I say it for whoever becomes the flag bearer. Say, especially after 8 years and the way the economy has turned. If we don't see a rebound, it will be difficult.
And it will not affect the Bawumia flag bearership. Like even if the economy is turning around in the next 1 year, 2 years, you think Ghanaians will soon forget?
Why would they remember Ayawa Mudi in the past?
How do you see Alan as flag bearer?
Alan is one of our best materials, especially trade. I can't speak lightly of him because Mr. Chairman from ambassador to the US, Kofo's time in and when a record Kofor time the 6 years a feeling can be one of the persons I respect him a lot. He has demonstrated a compare position for the self-aggrandizement as you were. Mr. Chairman, so he will not be a bad
flag bearer.
That's what I say. But I've learned lessons from the Hillary Biden time. That's what guides me in this. We said electability, Hillary.
Yeah.
And Okolusu to Trump.
Donald Trump.
Then they had to come back for the old Biden. On whose record are we running?
On the Bawumia Nanado record.
Exactly.
Or Nanado Bawumia record.
Exactly. So it becomes difficult in these. We have to really take a step back and do
proper analysis,
introspection.
Would I be right to say, sir, from everything you've said, you think on the balance of probability maybe Bawumia would be a best fit than Alan?
I think either of them would do well. But if I look at, for example, me, I trained in the States. I did a PhD in economics in the States. I taught in the States at the college level. I came to work at the Bank of Ghana, taught at GIMPA, and then entered politics. My training and experiences, it helped me a lot. When I entered Parliament, even up to this day. So if I see somebody with such
a similar credential,
what I say, it excites me.
Okay. And that person is Dr. Bawumia.
Absolutely. So what I say, it excites me. Let us see what he will do with
our credentials when he becomes flag bearer of your party. Wow. Ma memfa 2 messages and 3 bi na yen wrap up. Why? Na mene Honorable Daniel Nikwate
ewo me call from 1 or from 5
school ben
present boy boy.
Oh,
me pekwen.
Nana only know the same. Some only the same house. We say fantastic one-on-one with Honorable Asibe. He is smart, jovial, and excellent in his delivery. I like the frankness in his attributes to Vice President Baumia. OBDMB is NPP's best chance of winning 2024 election simpliciter. Farouk is in Tema. And this one says... okay. Let me see the other ones we have here. Good evening, Obi. The former member of parliament for New Joabin South and the former chairman of the finance committee has really demonstrated value in your studio this evening. He is very deep and intelligent. It will be very good to have him in parliament and in government. He has just made the topic and explanation very easy, especially the questions you asked him about the NPP. We would continue to learn from him. He's a great man and God bless him. Inusa Kate Jemfua. Obi, Honorable Asibe Yeboah, kudos for your excellent delivery. The economy will bounce back, trust me. Obi, the NDC is at a crossroads. Total disintegration and anger everywhere. They should bite themselves into pieces till we finish 2024 elections. Ernest is in Taifa the way Abraying. This one says, Obi, Honorable Asibe Yeboah taught me economics and statistics at the master's level at GIMPA. The guy no book brutal. Wabeyan Kasa, he always wanted us to call him Bra Mark, a very good man. He teaches without referring to any book. Hey, Honorable Andy, you're tough. We say, Obi, Honorable Asibe is my kinsman. My regards to him. Honorable Dallas Ampoma Williams.
Okay.
Yeah. Osei Ochiao, former regional communications officer at NDC. Yeah. This one says, Obi, for career politicians, you forgot Honorable Collins Dowda. Good afternoon, Obi. Well, Honorable welcome a position especially close to finance in this government to help turn things around. Kwesi Reynolds, Agona Odobin, he says he's still waiting for that call to come through. We say, Obi, please ask your guest. Ghana produces a lot of gold. Why can't we buy all the gold from the small scale miners through the PMMC, keep some for our reserves, and stop all foreigners from buying gold? Because the small scale sell in cities. If we manage the small scale mines to stop smuggling, can't we quickly turn the economy around? Edwin Ewatakrade and Obusa. Obi, please find out from your guest if 104% debt to GDP is inclusive of the debt owed by all SOEs as well. Is it? No. Count.
And SOEs but energy sector because Cocoa Board say now can some of the count but we resisted. Into Cocoa Board that's NK 104 now.
Hey, not just one the need now become we are.
But why should a Cocoa Board abo through cocoa motofi farmers?
Yes.
No mutuomoka. Why should they be part of the central government?
It's a contingent liability.
Say crystallizing. So what I say,
yes,
it's a crystallizer and contingent liability, a crystallizer and what the government debt.
Obi blame me, Sadin Ame Musao, your view about Honorable Kennedy Ohene Japan as flag bearer.
That's what Busami view did.
That mean Busao Alan.
Okay, Busami, my view on Cabinet Japan, my view on what my view on Dr. Kofi Credo and in the US, yeah, pools, that's when you have 5%, you debate for Manko. Say you're pooling, you know. That's you don't get 5%. Only debate for Manko.
Now, some you pool.
Some may catch your.
And now we are privy to some polls.
Yes,
okay.
We know who the front runners are, don't we?
According to Benefsen, no,
na Benefsen go see polls. We just say with my dear friend margin of error crap.
Oh, Nimpa. Osei Baumia, Alan, and Kennedy Japan.
Who are the two front runners? Fred and Busan.
Two nedia wanka. Munkaila Jonas or a carry into answer and a dock at the amount. It's very refreshing to hear the voice of Honorable Dr. Marcus Ibeyeboah. He's such an honorable man. My regards to him, Honorable Primani and Odiwe Abba. We say Obi Dr. Ibeyeboah is super solid. I am in awe of his intellect. Nana Akwesi Asafu Ejewo Amsterdam and all the way Abba. Obi tell Honorable Asibe that as for Ken he would go pa we cannot go into the next election with him as the finance minister. Kudos to him for his fantastic analysis. Fawaz Ewo Ama Saman. Obi, I tend to agree with the Ashanti Regional Director of National Service that persons with your kind of academic brilliance should have done science in school and not general art. Also, then you be Shabrain Power. Okay, Dr. Dakwa Ewo DC. Doc, I'm in fancy here. Anyways, we say Samuel Brown Wabin, good afternoon to you. Doc, me the messages that you have my uncle. Edema yen wrap up na sorry call. Finally, in 2 minutes, oil for good. Good idea?
Yes, a first consignment. In all of this, it has to translate into the strength of the currency.
FM 94.7
cost for some time. Evaluate. So for now, this is the first time we are seeing something like this. It's a butter, and you hear the benefits thereof. After 3, 4, 5 consignments, now say because oil importing companies, they need about $400 million. Monthly. If say even 4 shipments, now it's about half what we are importing. That's a saving of about 200 million of forex going to importing crude through this arrangement. So then annually, that's about $2.4 billion. It has to have an effect on the exchange.
On the exchange rate, it's true.
So
it's true.
So at that point, we will be able to
assess it well. Unim Dr. Nyahota Maklo. Dr. Nyahota Maklo. Also, what a brilliant young man. How on earth will such a person be out of government? Dr. Nyahota Maklo. The message on the no. It is you have to brace yourself up. Maybe that call will come through any moment from now. Because your voices are all over air Banadia. Obi, I doff my hat for Honorable Sibe Yeboah. He's solid in his delivery, on point, and faces reality and fact without mischief and propaganda. He addresses issues on a low tone without name calling. I think he can be a better finance minister. Obi, the gentleman can fit into every position. I don't think he has to back out of politics. The future for him in politics is large. Or a guy, or a primani. I like his intellect. Onel Amponsa, all the way from Amsterdam, and all the way up. Honorable Yadase, we appreciate your time on our show. Hopefully, your best time in Komobio. Why?
That's it.
By which time maybe another call number through.
Last time I was here at Mekan, November 2015.
You don't mean it?
Yeah, Kaba.
November 2015.
So rest in peace. Yeah, last time I was here, November 2015.
Wow.
So, nostalgic.
That's a pie. Wish you all the best. And that's the Honorable Mark Esibe Yeboah and Moten and Kano. Ekosiisen in high Asempa FM. Broly pay small car insurance. And they say, oh, car, we a Uber driver, we a Yango driver, we a Shaxi driver, we a Bolt driver, and Kwandi your friend say we insurance here into third party insurance, comprehensive insurance nina here, but na sika mo di betua premium na problem me pamochao yenya anu yi ede amamo enu ntina ene broadly pay small car insurance aba ede amamu nyina omone alliance insurance na aka bom ede say dwumede ede ye ka nyina ne say ope third party car insurance yema wotua 50 Ghana cedis every week tell say obetua wi unya ne ba bia I just say broadly pay small car insurance and yenyi government workers we government worker na wo car opese we insurance me pacho say third party I am out 3 months ma wodi tua comprehensive I am out 12 months e ma wodi etua unhia guarantee bia in fact so we start say we tua na wo car nya accident nya me mfa sama ba wo car nya accident your claim will still be paid for you in full. Phone number we see here 0201 819 581 0201 819 581 na only one intimi any enkomo engine oil papa nenso a seahorse engine oil, Seahorse engine oil, a bow car engine hobain, Emma wo engine no eche kama Emma bibia etimi ekoyema. Inti bomoni so be pebiato, e buy in several grades, inti wunya bia car bia we used bia. In fact, yes, I have special 40 for motor bicycles, ATF for gearbox, open value for your money padia Seahorse engine oil. Yeah, the Hardex 9910 swaba. Gasket maker, your epoxy metal carb and choke and a bostic. Nina so unya bima o car the so bibi o car na ho a so kama. It is frame CC 0244 577 559 0244 577 559. Now ni any enkomo. Obapa product no say unya bi nko ofie da ene de sohwe. Now, I'll be said the Kenyana Ayanokre, Obapa product, your Africa Queen Mackerel, Obapa sardine, and Obapa tomato paste. Highly nutritious, pure red. Oh, the young choir. Massa. When you so catch it into Obapa product, ne dear. Ye swashing yedi who dance here. Africa Queen Mackerel, Obapa sardine, and Obapa tomato paste. Easy to open here, 10 katanese can be for bulk purchase. Please call 0302 6683 57 or say wara obe check brutal men Canada Ecobank say will be free will be send a message will be send email say oh here pin oh here password oh here OTP oh here card number oh here personal details na Ecobank ye customer update bi ni ade na wa free ni nyina ye ntro Ecobank say ye ntro Alhaji Sani be say Deuteronomy Deuteronomy the main film you know Ecobank says up say we update your account details wa nante ko Ecobank branch be e ben so mobile app now say we upgrade your App Store Google Play Store ubetimi aye wo ho obe say link your Ghana card to Ecobank account ko Ecobank branch be na say ecobank.com ubetimi aye o memfa wo number o pin o password o OTP ma obia esa ye be bua faso unti bibia se afre 0800 003225 na oni Ecobank eni enkomo mamefa we ntwem na mema bayafo akwa ba ne enkomra Safari tissues we are proud to tell you about Safari tissue because they made in Ghana product Sea Beige Ghana Limited na diaba na almost the we here is to wipe it clean simply. Your towels, mature paper towels, napkins, toilet tissues, box tissues, and pocket tissues. You sign the unbranded pack, but you know, a very thick, extra soft, extra absorbent, and a durable. In fact, it lasts longer than normal tissues. Made from 100% pure virgin pulp and are the best hygienic conditions for your health and your comfort. Safari tissues, proudly made in Ghana. In the Pebito supermarket be a ben, shop be a ben ubenya biato. Opedudu today only Sea Beige Ghana Limited ninkomo. Your number is 0307 001 975 0307 001 975. Safari tissues are the tissue masters. Safari tissues wipes clean and lasts longer. Ekosiisen suni higher Asempa FM. Mamema bedwafo ya kwa abane na ne homra ne yemfa common nhihye so. Honorable Daniel Ni Kwate Titus Glover, former MP Tema East, former Deputy Minister Transport. Honorable Akwaba Bibia Boko there.
Osei Bonsu. Do your thing.
Oye chopa.
Okay, wake Ubaga. It was a no Kasibu na yoga.
Oh.
Kabila, Femudi and Uta.
Asempa FM.
Accra is Ghana.
94.7.
And Ghana is Accra.
Ubankra, nature would do. Ube free at least some little basics.
Oh, that's it. American and Kakanka.
Men Kasa Kabila. Jojo. Was by force. On Lamine Casa. On goes ya. I know tobacco Marco. And your bezo Missia. Men Kasa Kabila. New Year, no, and then the second
time I use here.
Last week, yeah, by Kabila. Yes. And in La Chum, baby will be a Michiano.
Yes. And no, by and rap.
He's one of the finest NDC communicators.
It's good to debate with.
Oh yeah, of course, I agree.
Na Sirunya. December 2. Mamichia. Captain.
Kisiabo Dominic.
Commandante Dominic Kisiabo Chumani Justin near Tifunya Bichoma Benny maybe I will be a Yami and Canon on advice no bibiara maybe and I'm about Penny Gilbert Niquate Titus Glover Osei Omudi Fidenatu Asempa
Umutie. Oh no, Gilbert
send ya Dibia Yakano. A boy, we are 2 o'clock. Baby, Asempa FM 94.7. Because Utia Asempa. I mean the host himself. Send we see a one home with the able support from his production team.
Yes.
Na Mikao Kabila any obi. And yes, I said be Yanuate.
Sure.
And I say you need Debbie. I couldn't be. And a multimedia Asempa FM with a mind say Yembrani Ebechira Yadwin and the Asempa FM 94.7 we shepherd ye and navigate ye and the feminine so Yeniji Edisian yes ye chire Yadwin Ghana at Dawakumaso at the Makumaso Sasuna Edda Adodankwa for Dakumaso and the Emina Yumudi said ya my colleague Ona wasibi Asemba kwa yeka no ebi ni yeka.
Sure.
But we share the line of flow. Cool, collected or onye propaganda. Na ma yanum ni betre. You can see where they will drive us into. You see where they will drive us into. Enti meda malonga sing.
Mate.
Na yedi bibima na usum. Last week ba ubi same similar question. Text a bit send text about him.
Yeah.
And because he gave an idea as to this domestic debt exchange. He showed some thought with that. And I am the Sawabaha. Brilliant idea. Yanyanu Kawa and say, Namudon Senquai, Minyanko Mompening and Richard, on training Becano. And I'm sure he's not going to turn him down. I wish you all the best. Yes, Akasa. The past week, Kasakasa, we're going to do we're like a, you know, yeah, do your home. Says that I never be a Besako Parliament view. David has stressed the dorsal.
Oh, sir.
Debbie.
Or no answer for
Oh,
you don't mean it.
I mean it.
And as I've heard,
no, he's not.
You are going back.
Me, Niguate.
Yes.
No more.
Tema East.
Mingwesi.
Unkobio.
Young man. Why? I've said it time and number.
Oh, really?
I've moved on.
But you did only 2 terms.
Yes, it doesn't matter. When you damn that.
In the Council of Elders in the constituency, Eddie Chowpaba Unko.
Oh, yeah, Benyabi. Benyabi. Whoever substitutes Bessiman and who can take a seat back because standard now is set in a soon.
NDC.
I rather cry say, hey, me what position when I was in the position.
Yes.
I managed to get their land for them from the Ghana Navy. Mr. Public Toilet, 46-seater WC toilet.
In opposition.
In opposition. Mr. Kwesio Adwaso, in opposition. Sabreno, not he come from a very free SHS in your home. Free SHS in the Binio. We supported Kuala Lumpur School from tertiary down to SS. From university to polytechnics to teacher training, nursing training. We supported them. You do a fasha, your man a fasha temakulejo. Anyhow, I didn't make it. I just have a job no more.
Yes.
And no musi one family body mommy said you are carrying nano. Said yes, sir. And the economy would have compare. But my baby leave when applause is
loud.
I've done my bit. Wow. I'm not destined to lead the maze all my life. I've done 2 times. Man, I can assure you, whoever will bring it to this 24 will take us. Trust me.
That's it. Your host is on a bonnet.
Oh, Miss. Oh, Koto. Eric Mugan is saying, Koto the
Fakroan, Bottom Fakroan, there be also current NDC MP, you know what my East. Also, a bonnet truck.
I know, say, I pay bear free me. Oh, Minuso Pevedia Mananado.
May Bassi and Eric J. Abekansa, James Cabrabon Fair Ewa Dada. After this short break, you get to hear from them. Ekosiisen Suni. Stay with us.
Hey! Akwasi Jadie. Ujafo and the car engine. Ewuo ya esi wodro so fitting shop wo no.
Ah bra, enyo ne kanfu si horse engine oil man no ogia na ne e chan. Ah PSA bra, me na masam ni o akrabato. Ah ya ka kasa se seahorse engine oil no and no special additive I ohuru engine mu e manage
me dwun ho won
na via den kra ene me ne e ka ba fie na me fa he
the whole world open quality engine oil seahorse and also say private cars taxis commercial and heavy duty trucks
enu ti no me kanfo seahorse 15W40 and 20W50 ama drivers any ka wona fo nyina
afi motorbike aboboya and pragiafo no mumu de mu hia eye seahorse special 40 enu and riders and mechanics e wo se mo use you
unua no kura wo mu ni say seahorse product and ye papa ane bonsu e wo form semi frimu fia e free na kro seahorse engine oil kwa na begu me car engine mu
and ye for seahorse for 0244 577 559 and 0240 800 007 seahorse products
enua
hey Agwasi jade ujafo ena ne car engine ewuo ya esi woduro so fitting shop wo no
ah bra enyo ne kanfu seahorse engine oil man no oge ya ne kire PSA bra me na masam ni o akrabato ya kasa se seahorse engine oil no and no special additive I ohuru engine mu e manage
me dwun ho won
na via den kra ene me ne e ka ba fie na me fa he
the whole world open quality engine oil seahorse and also say private cars taxis commercial and heavy duty trucks
enu ti no me kanfo seahorse 15W40 and 20W50 ama drivers any ka wona fo nyina
afi motorbike aboboya and pragiafo no mumu de mu hia eye seahorse special 40 enu and riders and mechanics e wo se mo use you
unua no kura wo mu ni say seahorse product and ye papa ane bonso e wo form semi frimu fia e free na kro seahorse engine oil kwa na begu me car engine mu
and ye for seahorse for 0244 577 559 and 0240 800 007 seahorse products
enua
Hey, my paddy, you day? Chile a day, oh. Man, tire self. Hey, my prof, you tired and waiting I go do. My prof, condom thing you talk. I know they sit up, oh. What about condoms do you want to know? You see, my sweet Ajua, they can visit me today. I be last time you talk me say make I use condom. I want know more. But prof, this condom thing, how easily available are they and the cost too? How?
Condoms are available in varieties at little cost. Some as low as 3 pieces for 10 Ghana pesos per. You will find some at most supermarkets, pharmacies, chemical stores, grocery shops, and health centers. Some condoms come in different colors and flavors. There are male and female condoms. We get some for you, where we get some for Ajua too. But you cannot use both at the same time. Ajua should not use a female condom when you are wearing a male condom, and you should not use a male condom when Ajua is wearing a female condom.
Oh, na so ide.
Yeah, and besides, I also told you to always buy condoms before you need them, so you can read the instructions on how to wear it and also check the expiration date, because expired condoms reduce its effectiveness and are not safe for use.
Oh, you mean say now I have the condom in hand, I should again check for expiry dates, not to talk of the wahala for face in my head about waiting I won't pay for the counter?
Yes, my buddy. It is very important to check for the expiration date on each condom you buy and know how to wear condoms correctly and consistently to ensure that you are safe not only from the risk of unplanned pregnancies but also HIV and other sexually transmitted infections. Let's protect ourselves and loved ones because HIV still there around.
Condomless sex is risky sex. Be smart. Get a condom. If it's not on, it's definitely not in.
This message is brought to you by Ghana AIDS Commission.
fair. Where Jumamini won't put them better bright here. Fire no azar paint. A bambia hono, which are no azar. A shrensens roma. Azar paint ya papa. A chepa. A chit sama bebiansi a trebien. A tip brighten. Azar. What da so teso? Azar. Still number one. From the Azar Group.
Yes, dear, dear, one no dear, and yet dear come at dinner. Beran any adra, one more pair but ye, Neko ye say, one more quaqua adopted.
So me not adopt to me pet, it do a bit trauma. Sit down by your godparents.
Borrowed Embreeze, ye no juada kopem ya wada.
8 p.m.
Ewa Adom TV so. Adom TV, ye wazo ye.
Adom TV, ye wazo ye.
Franco Trading Enterprise still phone Papa Fie, Samsung near, Nokia near, iPhone near, say our printers, mobile phone, accessories. Franco Trading Enterprise, our no TV, I had this satellite, any ultra panels, and Bobuma
Facebook, Sauko Franco Trading Enterprise page. Nasa likes number 100,000. Ayoma, Edu Munija, Samsung at www.francotrading.com. Android app, Franco Trading, Instagram, at Franco Trading. Nani Pabadi for Dosunti, Franco, the Momo Pay code number 189480.
Your branches on the Bebre Wagana baby, Nemum, head office on the Twaya Dabraka, opposite Roxy Cinema.
Tema, Franco Community 1, One Waterworks Nedianime, Cycle, opposite Odor Rise, Madina, 100 meters away from the police station. Kaswa, Franco, opposite Kaswa Polyclinic.
And now for your numbers in 0246 422 338 and 0546 133 188. Franco Trading Enterprise. Still, phone Papa Fie. And you're not going.
Hey, it's me pan and me kita miami kei. Ecobank, me damase.
Shy, cow than you.
Osei Ecobank, ye cruising.
Bonsu bet me cruise wanka sa ukem. Esani Ecobank Auto Finance Package inti. Kwa yen car dealers ahudu PI no ye adwuma baby a. Ye ka da wakoma so. Say ye new car, say ye second hand. Ehwa ye mouse special discounts. Ecobank sa den hihye pa be boa mo etua ka no kanyina. Ye mouse interest rate ani boa from cry. Ebe brim weni so. Oh, so when your accounts work bank money how cry. Sa kwenye ye da ho mo bia. Enti enso sa ka no ho da ekeke. Abebu awie. Preto free 0800 003 225. Anasa kwa Ecobank nkra bata bebia na busa Ecobank Auto Finance Package. Ehihye kakra wo ho. Ecobank Pan African Bank.
Bra, bush.
So what kind of move smoother on them engine oil? It's engine oil. On your valvoline.
Valvoline lubricant. And I'm used to Valvoline. Who use Valvoline lubricant? No emission.
Valvoline oil. On my car, machinery, and equipment to move smooth. No friction. No, you figure engine when say who there. Nowhere and tear. Valvoline oil, Abataria. Bamakana wants him up with you double movement desire smooth. The engine is a bit cherry. What on Valvoline oil? Oh, baby, what on oil beer? I can do a brain main office. Then you gonna Telecom University opposite. Yep, and CBG Bank. Fred 030-225-7633. And now the authorized dealer. PSD Plus 020-128-9987. Valvoline, the original engine oil since 1866.
Busiafo, yesi di ade wonu no die, enye de kom ede no. Meran any adra, wo mo pe ba cheye, ne ko wie se, wo mo bekọ akọ adopt.
So me na adopt me pe, me do ebe try mo. Say don be your godparents.
Borrowed Embreeze, ye no juada kopem ya wada.
8 p.m.
Ewa Adom TV so. Adom TV, ye wazo ye.
Asempa tia, utini radio mpa odem 94.7. Asempa FM, oh yeah, do papa. Asempa FM, everywhere you are. Asempa FM, everywhere you go. Asempa, hey, all talk all day.
94.7 94.7 Asempa FM, all talk, all day. Ekosiisen Jumedian Wasuguswa, Utie no ma. Yana Munyanas and Yansan from Makwaba. The discussion segment, no, sponsored by Nova Plaster and a Franco Trading Enterprise. Some of the boy made the discussion segment, no, Epremo in studio. Honorable Daniel Ni Kwate Titus Glover, Eric Ejay, or a Deputy Regional Communications Officer, Ma NDC, Wabuno Region, and a member of the National Communications Team as well. James Kwabena Bonfe, popularly known as Kabila, or a managing editor of the National Forum newspaper. And Timpenny for me and saying anyone a bidding come already. Mama Honorable Titus Glover Akwaba. Kabila Akwaba Bibia Boko there.
Ya nia obi. Na me dom me nananum se srewenya.
Yeah.
Yenwu ya. Inim di ebenya.
Sure.
On say srewenya no the me kasa be ye translation. The eka nyina ne say ni wufuo anase funu kwa na hia no.
Asempa FM 94.7
is poor indeed. The extra nyina say the your friend say the semiotic meaning of it. And I say ninchemu pa ne say wonwu ya unnim de ubenya. Nti e won kwamu yi no na e wade nyina. Ti ya sori na nyame mankwa edom ye ne a na de aseda ayeye e de ama no. Yen susu emmo ye ho abomfia na me de migidie ne say oman we Ghana na ne ahia. Na ye gunyame animu asene obrabone ayebo. Yen suru nyame ye mpe no kre. Ye ni nuado ye ni kro ye afi susu ye ni ahobrase. That's a problem. No humility. Obinya tumi kakra bia ofise wawie. Anso abakosam kire ye say o my Ghana emre ye ni nkaso. Ghana enti pani ben pa na say tumi die wana di tumi wo man mu hanom a sabi ni tumi die ma wie da. A wo konya position kitwa bia ufisa usubi mada. Said de bibia wa hyase no.
Sane we James Kwabena Bonfe. Eric Ejay Akwaba mini and let saying
Obi ya me adom now so
Adom bibia bo.
Na de wa interview so.
Na de interviews come.
Ona we sibe kasa. Obi a me pe na asem.
Sure.
Akasa. Basa hoden o.
Oh, Adom ya. You look down, aden.
Oh me okay. Say when say me start here.
Yeah, who hit nkakra is true.
But Bible say adin na mu yemfase
da manyame. Yeah.
And I said the minia penny Kabila kan no. What ya see die. Now when yami our house.
Oh adin na.
Nti bibia wako.
Almost kabono kakra.
Ne ma menchia jama no fufu nyina. Say ho de yakwabono ne yeka. Nti mechia be nyina.
Omojo.
And I say so cashew na start.
Omo start twa.
No cashew no, say cashew no to ne season na ni nti scafo na am okrum betimi akwa akotobi.
Hamatan period.
Okay.
And it's a cashew number. Matis a kilo, and I think it's 50 pesos or so
per kilo.
Yeah, and
they're born over from an
yeah, we the Yana Ukraine.
A 2-4 ball.
It may go to see the 50 pesos. But I think last year or so, tree crop for no.
Okay.
They did some facilitation. I'm saying there's a price ceiling now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and go below 6 Ghana also.
Oh, that's good. That's honorable Kwetu Ono.
Honor.
Former MP. Ono ye CEO of the Tree Crop Authority. Yeah.
Now what you may be on crown on way.
Now you want to see on the price ceiling about.
I'm gonna do any about war. I didn't know. Okay, easy, but you're the brave chance.
Anyways.
But honorable baby on MBA channel. I like him. You see, said they're not testers and he didn't want to dance here. Nipe bia ye de adwuma hye won sa na ye ni ye kayo as a Ghana beto has o my Ghana mpanimfo abatwam kodo so pa ba se ye ka Ghana ba kosem a anya hwe ye wodin bi mo ayeden ye bo and even aside that o command tem bia mu a te say dem bring half region when you be edin amono Uswa Champon, J.H. Mensah, those people are there. They left a legacy. And see, I think say SCB on question on and we politicians are there by kwaya lacking no. So my buying near Mount Kui in a meeting be manuaka. Your problem pan. It is our starting now. Well, who is on call for no year maybe crananya. Once a brought for a mood group auntie. Or your anti president, or your anti wine. And there's yet the anti no boa. Oh, it can be beer. And no MP to me both seats so you see too. Because we anti. But true. I think academic knowledge, you know, and until I got an association, until I thought that now there are some of mine. So very well. For more often, I'm more joining you in your discussion segment here, 19 minutes after 5. One of the big stories and the change in the leadership of the minority bench in Ghana's parliament. Ebia want to say, by letter, a leaky letter, a free Honorable Fifi Fiavekwete, General Secretary of the NDC, to the Right Honorable Speaker, Right Honorable ASK Bagben. It's dated 23rd January 2023. Dear Mr. Speaker, notice of changes in the leadership of NDC party in Parliament. The national leadership of the NDC wishes to formally bring to your notice the following changes the party has undertaken in its parliamentary leadership. Minority Leader, Honorable Dr. KCL Atoforsen. Deputy Minority Leader, Honorable Kofi Ama-Boa. Minority Whip, Honorable Kwame Agboja. First Deputy Whip, Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim. Second Deputy Whip, Honorable Comfort Doyo Gansa. The new leadership would be charged to recommend consequential changes in the ranking membership to headquarters of the party for approval. Please accept the assurance of our highest regard. Thank you. Signed, Fifi Fiavekwete, General Secretary. Since the story broke, Mobekaya Ewieyane Professor Jampo Edin Komo or my opinion on what has happened. Parliamentary correspondent Kasai, he made a point, say he is currently on tour with minority members on the health committee. Visited some Agenda 111 projects. Now, minority members know Ekai said they are shocked because they've not had this discussion at all on changes here. And now, after Yene Honorable Ibrahim Mutala Mohammed, Tamale Central MPD in Komo, and he was quite livid. Say, the parliamentary caucus was not consulted at all. Now, Omunyina baby Yankai said, Omu leadership now. Then on one basis, and national party leadership, ebesasa, and you no air say the decision will be rescinded. And anyway, enough, any correspondent or what Tamale, Edin Komo Martina Bugri. The two when you show video no mamunyina muhui party for na mass up ewo Tamale South constituency party office. So far na yente free national executive member biaho, but the party chairman was gracious enough to grant us an interview. Enti yenuya bako from Joy News Echo party headquarters, any national chairman of the party Johnson Asiedun Ketia Edin Komo yentie ne nsem ne bi.
Thank you very much. It is true. Chief Whip. And then we maintain Honorable Doyo Ganza and Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim. So this make up the new list of leadership in Parliament.
There's the obvious question as to why the NDC is taking the decision now.
Well, there are two questions. Why we are taking the decision and why now? And I guess the answer is the same. We started reorganization of our structures to be able to position ourselves to fight election 2024. We started that more than a year ago. We started at the branch level. We've since done elections in about 40,000 branches. And then from there, we proceeded to constituency level. We've done largely with all the constituencies, and then we've done regional elections. And we just completed the national elections. So the next in line is to take a look at our leadership in Parliament, and that is what we've just done. So in terms of timing, it is in line with the way we are prosecuting the national reorganization. And in terms of why, it means what it tells you is that the only constant thing in nature is change. And so since the environment is changing, leadership and many other things must change along the new environment. We know, for instance, that going into election 2024, the economy is going to be the major battleground. And so many of the debates and other discussions will focus on the economy. So you better put your best man in the economy forward. And that is what we've done. And then we also looked at energy, you know, this petroleum and electricity challenges. And so we needed to settle on Kofi Amabua, our former minister, to be the deputy minority leader. And then the other area is infrastructure, and Kwame Ogboja being our man in infrastructure should play a key role. So that generally is what informed the changes. But there are other things that are coincidental. You take the leadership of Parliament, we are bound to organize ourselves in such a way that by and large, we provide for regional balance and other balances in our ways of doing things. And so since it is very difficult to get representation of 16 regions in 5 appointments, you need to do a lot of mathematics. And our view is that the balance cannot be secured with only one segment of the party. So the elections have turned out certain leaders. We already have other leaders that are already existing. And then also, if we are doing appointments, we take all these as a whole to try and see how we can get a fair balance. When you look at Western region, it's one region that has not been represented on the front bench for a long while. I remember when we were in 92 thereabout, 93 thereabout, that we put somebody on the front bench for a while, and that ended it. So it's a significant region that we need to look at. So when we got the combination of Kofi Amabua from Western region, and he being also very conversant with the energy sector, we thought that it was a good choice, so we put him there. Central region is the same. As for Central region, I think we have, there too, for a long while, we haven't gotten a leader there. From that time, since the time of, I think, Amabenyuado also, we have since not gotten anybody from there. And so we felt there was a need to do this type of spread. And then when you look at the 2 regions that give us the highest number of MPs, Greater Accra and Volta region, they definitely have to be represented. So you have Doyo retained, and then you have Kwame Ogboja also being appointed. One will ask why, because we have Dr. Aveji as a deputy minority leader then. Dr. Aveji has just informed us that he's not contesting elections again. But the good thing about this leadership is that it adds something to you know, your weight, so that apart from your own constituency, you can also reach out to help other constituencies. And so if you have an MP who is no longer contesting, we felt that it would be better to put an MP who will be contesting so he can reach out to other constituencies and support. And so, but a point that we need to make is that the change has nothing to do with the performance of the leaders at all. What it has a lot to do about is that the environment is changing. And so if you are a football coach and the team you are facing and the game style they are adopting is not in keeping with the players you have put out there, you will do yourself a lot of good.
I was just about going to that point because the description in the media is that there is a revolt in the NDC, a reason for which you're changing the first two men at the forefront in Parliament. Have you spoken to these gentlemen involved, and do you have their blessings?
Yes, we sent a senior person in the party to engage them and let them know that this is the way we are going to handle it. Naturally, it will not be a pleasant news, but at least you need to give them the respect. So we communicated to them before writing the letters to them. And apart from the letter we have written to Mr. Speaker, each of them has been written a special letter acknowledging their contributions whilst they were in the leadership, and then thanking them and assuring them that the change has nothing to do with their competence or otherwise, but it has everything to do with the changing times and the changing field. And so that's about it.
General, you are one of the longest serving party officers of the NDC. Some say we've never seen this in the history of the NDC, and that it is not strategic for you to take this decision with less than 2 years to the next general elections. What would you say to someone who would term this decision or this new appointment as not being strategic enough for the NDC?
I don't know what is not strategic about this. You say you haven't seen it in NDC. You haven't seen 2022 in NDC or 2023 in NDC before. This is the only 2023 that you are seeing. And so it comes with its challenges. I have indicated to you the chronicle of reorganization events from branch to this level. And this is the best time to proceed. And so that is what we have done. But opinions are like panties. Anybody has theirs. So I guess people are free to hold their opinions.
So let's explore one of such opinions, comparing Haruna Idrisu and your new minority leader, Dr. Kisalato Forson. Many believe that in terms of the weight, the charisma and the following they have, you would want to choose Haruna over Kisalato Forson, for instance?
I have indicated to you why we are choosing Kisalato Forson, and I don't think that there's the need to rehash. And there shouldn't be any reason to compare them. We are comparing them on what basis? One is a finance expert, the other is a consummate lawyer. So are you going to compare them in the legal field or finance field or what? They are different people, so they cannot be compared.
How about Muntaka? He's someone who's credited for giving you a good chance in Parliament.
94.7 Asempa FM. So na a 16-minute interview. Ya bomu be 8-9 minutes. But I think the essential points have been captured in the interview. At least reasons in tia national executive take a decision we and number 2 process obo femu, and he makes the point say omoma senior party member be and a corner wonko kasai and I follow up with a letter to them and son the speaker cry letter no eko akwakomano. And that is the point Asidun Ketia makes in that particular interview. Honorable Daniel Nikwate Titus Glover, why a member of parliament, that you understand how some of these things work. What do you think is happening in NDC?
Bonsu medasi. Na NDC for go nyama sem anka Nikwate dem fa obin. But said the media bar. Mina Eric Bessina no asim. I was say dear. One mama Konya is a mincher my dream. Now to start with. Obegu party
Asempa FM.
Obegu party the same. National chairman he take decisions as Obegu party.
Meba. Tie me.
Me too.
Now Osei, you are going to take a very sensitive, essential decision like this. And you as the national chairman and the general secretary, the two most important personalities in the national leadership, want to me and Fred one transit. Then you delegate people to go and speak to them. Osei Bonsu, is this right? Say national chairman, general secretary. Now move taking a decision can say the minority leader who has held your fort for 6 years, 1 month in the new year. Both the outgone and the current one for no, I mean for. Because 6th Parliament, Nahana Dusu was the Minister for Trade and Industry.
Okay.
I was the deputy ranking member for Trade and Industry. And I'm a chairman, and a honorable Amadu Sorogo.
Okay.
And my ranking member was Professor Jambafo. The International Trade Commission bill, we worked together. I worked so closely with Aruna.
Is that an interpretation?
All over. Now, Obia, we're the Minister for Trade, Minister for first communications and about trade,
employment, labor relations.
Jadi mbaya no anga manage you. Na me busa for the TM was soro no. Omo come on and no ko share.
Employment and labor relations, yes.
What does it mean? And they say who take a decision say ya. I mean sabi, omo nim say to me dey na bona you din emere din kaso.
Ye nin kaso.
Na wo pese wo sisa no at least it is fair and proper say ube frema dia ba you are the father. You are the national chairman. Reasons are having an in which or kind of wound again. Now, would you go so be so? Say, young from country of Wusa Obi, Secosichum, Minka and Sisa. And not Ken. Epese or you every show whistle, and you got different roller. Administratively, they will invite you, have a discussion with you, proper discussion with you at a meeting. Oh, Obi, say ntia pese ye we ma wo koy adwuma we adima ye enye say ye gi adwuma refu but we hu say ya hode no e kofo wa and the moment na koso an maye it is nice, it's a respect, but wo dia kofo bi so senior elders so mon form mon kasa the way you communicate sana mbe communicate ana and the hono wutin na the way the maye no is an administrative change. Because the leadership of the minority, Ubaya Femwa, Yenya Diano, says steering committee, President War, Vice President War, Chief of Staff War, you take a decision. You have to connect from neck, National Council, a feminine up. That is how you effect changes. But say to get your dial or dial, sorry, you know, or so you mutaka free or you aruna free or you mutaka free.
But you cannot make those.
Oh, please.
You cannot describe him in those terms. Sorry, say, or national chairman. Mind you, say he was voted as national chairman on the promise, say, or you bold, or to take bold decisions. And this is one of them.
You must take a decision that will not be injurious.
How is this injurious?
That is should be respectful. What is that? What this leadership? Try or fast or the year of free honor. It's total disrespect. I don't know what the for so. Is that the way you communicate? I don't know what Mutaka would for. Have a gidia waka or so did your own copium, and if you know what is fair. But today, Harry Dusu is an enemy to you. Muntaka is a devil to you. So, says Sanoa. This is what you call for Biso. I don't think, but I know this. Say, women to Messi. What do you mean, that in 2021, you remember the attack, the vilification, the recrimination Sami Jefi Edugu the leadership in parliament. You remember? Sami Jefi
yeah, but they've since reconciled.
Please, to the extent says Speaker of Parliament Ebikano Sami Jefi attacked. So it started way back from there. Sami Jefi attack the vilification or the gumu takanumuso and yarunamumuso, including Speaker Balding. So this is not new.
Asempa FM.
It is not new at all. Na idea. Yes, you na emre twemu ye deze ezenu ngedia. So be di running mate. Yem fa running mate mano. Mi male. Osi yem fa running mate yem fa mano. Yem fa man na di bufu ye e na osi say ade a e be di national chairman. Me ti say ye kan ya say national chairman mo godi. Mo jami na pe. Me on jami ni apeni for so ampa for no ndi na de. O say chenchi odi. Ena de Ekosiisen. Enti mi bisa no say as president flag bearers ono so ne wo flag bearers so ara. We di chairman de any what flag bearer de je won jire ye. I'm telling you. On jire ye pa. Because me ntia niema na oye no me sheda enti ase papa.
But okay say niema na oye na as oba we take some major the first major decision ni.
And the niema be ya oye. Cancerous.
Way.
Decision way.
Are you saying say all the reasons he gave? No, they won't say. The fact
now, Osei atu force.
Yes, in 2024,
running mates on free central region.
For 2020,
didn't this satisfy the central region?
Running mate for 2020. You don't know the running mate in 2024.
Me say central region has been captured in the scheme of things. And I will say, I'm not in doubt of the capacity of the new leadership in the minority. Atu fantastic in his delivery. Which is here. Even as a ranking for finance, baby, or yeni, if any saying, ne delivery, you can see the wisdom. So you don't necessarily ask Atu to become the minority leader for him to follow what you said.
Because I said, don't get here, in 2024, the elections will be about the economy. And they need somebody who is strong on the economy to lead them.
But so you don't need Atu, who is a spokesperson on finance, who is or Kasa, who tied your Kasano. So you don't need him to become your minority leader before you can evangelize your person you know. Some your press conference on the economy. I would not cede to him.
That's true.
I would not money intro now was ceded your mano. Majority of the delivery when it comes to the economy and the finance are to there. So you don't need him to come and be on the front bench and do whatever he wants to do. And you see waiting. Professor Mills, Dr. Misata, are they not from the central region?
They are.
Haven't they paid their dues very well in the NDC? And the analysis being mosquito.
General Mosquito.
Good. Analysis being anyway. Madam Hunse Otaru Napa. Otan.
That's why they all go too far.
Otan.
I will be a national chairman. Minority leader.
The once the microphone on Macam was raw. Once a Macam was raw.
Almost a part in rescinding the decision.
Once a Macam was raw. What has Haruna done?
No, but are you saying, say, Haruna would have been minority leader till thy kingdom come?
I'm not saying that.
Yeah, he was always going to be changed at
a point. And not Anajo, not or PM Express.
Sure.
94.7.
No, so on your way.
Can you imagine? Is it the Asempa Bao? Kofi from Pong. Kweku from Pong. Kabila, who offer no Edabene wool. So see you offer. You are that. I said, look at the Asempa Bao. Odi Asempa. Onto Nibuase. People have sacrificed in this NDC. I'm not saying he hasn't. He has, jointly, collectively. But Namona Otunu is not helping the NDC.
You cry more than me.
He is not helping the NDC. We need the NDC to be in the opposition. We need them there.
A strong opposition.
Yes, we need them there. But the way he is going, he's killing the party. Maybe they are not saying it. But the Americans say, if indeed they want to effect the changes, you leave it in a larger forum.
Asempa FM.
The steering committee,
94.7.
the National Council at least.
No, but who says they didn't do that? From everything that Sedun Katia said, of course.
Who is neck and National Council?
But obviously, neck never take a decision.
The next never take a decision.
National Council.
National Council. Congress, neck, and affect.
They were not involved. They were not involved.
How do you know?
But if they are involved, who know? Because the people, this Haruna Muntaka,
they should be part of.
They'll be part of. They are part of the.
They are
part.
FEC. Yeah, of FEC.
But they were swerved because they knew the game they were playing.
Because Mitie Muntaka in an interview with Erastus Asaridonko Okumase, Emma Okase new leadership they buy into office, no. Or my neck meetings twice. Or my FEC meeting one, and then they almost second FEC meeting. In all of those meetings, no, the issue of leadership crime
were not discussed.
Yeah, that's what Muntaka.
So what are you hiding? What are you hiding? Dear with this woman. So who say Haruna, Honorable Haruna, any Hana Muntaka. I mean, you are the national chairman, but do it well. Do it appropriately. Even the my colleague Muntaka.
Mutala Muhammad.
Yeah. They in the minority caucus, they are not aware. How do you expect the party and the minority caucus to work together? Because they have followers in the caucus.
We about governance matter and Timanenka. We are about.
Maybe they are the say would you be a national chairman.
Honorable Yenefa wanu sima mina minti. Tobo. We are meba.
Yeah, asremu asemunya reshuffle. Na mo se munya na ye yibu. We okay.
Lawyer KJ be pacho. Mami Florida menkasa.
No way ya botre.
Flip us Bonsu.
Honorable.
Say NDC for a year changes I have no problem.
Okay.
The new leadership number, they are very good friends of mine. I related so well with all of them, both the former one and the current ones. Yes. I relate so well. But the processes of effecting changes, and for me, is not apt. It's really not apt. They have not shown respect to Honorable Haruna Dusu and Honorable Muntaka.
Yes.
So changing him, I have no problem.
Would you think the former president will be aware?
Maybe it's a question, because NDC for describing as a presumptive leader.
Sure.
And to make a decisive decision, important, essential decision, say, was he consulted? If he was consulted, no, say, I'm munya and JDM with over the bar. Say pass, and they cannot take a decision without his input.
Asempa 94.7.
As a former president who is aspiring to be their flag, of course, that's a moon changes in the national leadership in parliament. That's a moon and no and a GDM. Oh, your problem.
Okay, Eric O party more semna Abba.
And a GDM problem. Big problem.
Eric changes in the minority leadership. Oh yeah, Osei a leading party member, and I don't know.
Fans be or
Me
a party officer.
Oh yeah, officer of the party at the regional level. Yes. It not just say, we know what say hon Sam say BBC yeba.
Oh then.
Unya we.
Makachero say ja that over passy to bar no. Make sure that go pentokwa.
So na wabe defend
on tokwa na opa ma yefi ye defend the enemy oh each other so appropriate Obi.
But Eric, are you surprised decisions we?
Obi, well, the kind of Asempa FM.
Yeah, Joso.
On our title, so yeah, my papa. And this as a party. Your reformation process and you go sway
when you come from. What's that walk?
It is a party leadership taking decision. National chairman, not training someone. I think say, or my reasons in here.
Omo take decision.
Omo take that decision. And to the question now, I mean, I wasn't aware. Some of us, you know, level some key decisions or take care. You be a better crans about Bonti. And Tina, my name in Penny Kabila, Edge, no mammy standing or destiny. My ship be of Parliament. Na ye ya me kai near fast standing order and near came it is I think they call order 7 yeah I think order 7 rather I say minority leader means a member of parliament designated by the party designated by the party having the largest numerical strength in parliament
aside
other than
the party with the party in majority.
So
it means that the operational way the fact that a party you know.
Yes, that is the operational way. Don't just standing orders no one. So if you go to parliament
it doesn't matter say MPs no cry way emfa ho. They said the Mutala Mohammed be kind say
omonya the Mutala ka there honestly speaking.
Okay. I went here
but Osei almost standing orders na nkasa na yeto abawie na MPs ne komra shebedwefia omukodu ha I don't think say MPs na ne shia say yabantia o say yi head boy da bi nyesa na tie
so Mutala so ankasa Mutala said the best practice ne say party executives will propose to the caucus na caucus na adi ho nkomo na omaje
I think that one it could be convention.
Absolutely.
Yes, it could be so convention to say they will call IPAC meeting na James Akacho say IPAC decision you bind
94.7.
What I say? Say sana near ye na sana near ye no. So if you are to a very leadership take place na omo susu say e was so mo make some amendment na bebo party no your fortunes. I don't think that there's anything wrong with it. But more so fine amount for be raise issues. Obi any interest. And you know, yajuma yeah politicians do. Meji this minimum mutala de na o kan o be kasa based on interest bi awo. What am I saying?
Asempa FM.
As at now
94.7.
Your caucus in parliament no maintain say 7 inch ni washi bi ana say bibia den aba. What am I saying? So now the party leadership na take it. And now his statement by now obi o kind statement na yankasa national chairman na take decision nti e mo wan say wa be gina ha na o twe chairman ko abesi wo na wa be horo no te say de ono na ko take that party leadership check the word na me boa
including all elected members.
Yes, they are elected members there. And I take a decision.
Leadership
hey, General Secretary and so why do you single out the national chairman?
I see don't get here. Fifi Kwete,
your party leadership.
National organizer.
Your party leadership.
National communications officer.
You what is your understanding of party leadership? Say your leader and KBA. Say when you see a party constitution. No? If say near Bemo, the leader of the party
is the national
chairman.
Yes.
And this anka already say nunketia the nensa shase. And or trust a leader of the party. We bet me translate your interpretation. They say the leader of the party na take a decision. But the leadership no per more consultation need the keka ho and no more arrive at this conclusion say they think say this is the way to go. And obi any who bet me doubt say Honorable Haruna Idrisu, Aveji, Ahmed Ibrahim, Doyo Gansa, and Muntaka. They've done well. Ubia enough famudi. What am I saying? But sir, Ubi a call about 2020. Oshe NDC a performance.
Yes.
Yeah, the buyer. Yeah, in the history of our country, this is the first time. Yenya Mrashibedra for speaker Nankasa even coming from the side of minority group in parliament. Meaning so be about the home model. But now no other you started your constituency elections. Utim say chairman be wa fight pa. Let me use this as a case study. Okojama South. Your chairman na no ho. So once I think and I am Chebeje after Pierre Kubi 1996 or so. Yeah, you lose your German South seat at the MPP. Omo dia and I am chefu na mama for buy any deck account. But there was a constituency chairman or by was in the targeting some beji seat. Yaji seat, you know. But now no seeking for re-election. Me na me call was regional officer na me monitor election that day. He lost. The fact that he won the seat for the constituency, you know. And no my party for Nanka say was all money etna subim. The same thing over regional elections I call ya. Some of the regions social performance by in 2020 it was superb. And so back when you two regional executives, me if you go to my region, even 70% of us you can oppose because a man for no who say a region and now you could have just one parliamentary seat, which is Banda. Now you to a berry and you claim 5 account, now 6. Now share Ura Mahama votes who improvements a bear more. Don't ask why I'm contest here. But that doesn't mean say you Juma Brososa. Or say what I say. Other people in your contest. So now about national election they're calling and other. A domna a chalky do statistics no for 2020 elections no. More contest or more. At the end of the day, different people are being a bit more need So if you go to parliament, there's a leadership. Yeah, party structure now mabobo fi for more bedusro no. That and they make it up the party. And they have the power to control what goes on in our parliament. They ban the party decision making. So if that's sorry, na party need the decision about. I don't think say was a man for no a good gem, sir. Let's calm down. I believe strongly say the current leadership now they know what is good for the party. And that doesn't mean say Ubi Ayakas on for the they know no. You can't even say that because Honorable Harry Idrisu Obi Anim na ho odin wo mrashi bedwafie. We all know. Or you're one of the finest. Untumi nka where you name from. You can't do that. Aveji. You on the park committee chairman. Say public accounts or muguso kra mo interrogate issues about. Yes. So all those people are there. But for now baby a yedru no. Ye wo crossroad. And the party leadership because they're not general no make sense. Because Obi, honestly speaking, 2024 about when I come all borders on economy. A year no crenso, a year pure economy near the campaign. Because Yamia Adona Laji Baumi about you nimfa the modern economy need no nim opposition. And no be catch Ghana for. Because he's the mess in the economy now, person be mess that chicken. So if party not say akoben krum as you say ye pese akon the frontal or certain angle I was see yen saturate kakra. I don't think it's bad. Now when they say enkofo ye your mones or mon media and one be kwa kwasi. Obi at said the all class. Na class captain and they say a 2 aba na de ma wa ultimate na so na say appoint one. We lead kra omra na yeku atu. Sanity. So me the American say me share videos and I think our colleagues from Tamale are more raising issues about that. So I think they are not happy say Honorable Harry Idrisu Efrim. So what can say okone say who betimi akwa aswanse who benya another people are almost when you happy. Who betimi akwa Honorable Abeji Krom who benya people are when happy. But the common interest in say we have a party here. Yenisu ade hunu ne se 2024 ye kwa kono ni ebedi nkonim obi NDC ntime nko next election enkolusu magana form fire born in cheyeda ade ba ko ebe Ghana for ya because wo hwe o how ne atetia owura na nado danko akufuado ne osahene ba wo mi ade famu na ye ni excuse so the pairing going on there no for now. But say party be take decision na man for kasa ni eni mo hwe. Omo complaining for now no. Consultation be nkwa na no mo penisa.
Say minority caucus no mo nim ho hwe.
Minority caucus.
Na mutalaka say we want.
Me mentie de mutalaka. But the caucus comes from where? Your party na we de wakotena mejofi na o wate caucus. Meboa.
Yes.
And mo standing orders na mo de ye adwuma no. Was a party in the designation of those things. So party akasa. You go by the directives from the party. That is all. And your best and non American obi politics near you, but to be our interest. fatu timusa me nya atwem se me menka obia woni interest in politics and is a toda na bia decision bi ba na wo hunu se kwan na nka odan nti kwan ne tene you may also get it wrong because me I like Haruna me penasam even 1000% but obi anim so honorable Haruna
there's no 1000%.
I say na me hu dey
100%.
that be a broke crowd 2000 nyam na mutim ka say NDC for bob sian ko 1000 and something percent edru ho dey near 1000 go MPP for na meka obi say what him say yeah so you best your party politics and Charlie team ni ato solid. What am I say? Okay. And honorable Kwame Abuja from the Voter Enclave. And also another solid man. And I'm a boy. Obi deserve Obi. So when you are Quenya near Tuaba. Se represent the full constituency na come rashi be fie no Obi wonso ye Obi ana me boy. So me the mechanic say mo ma we no me say ye bisi ade atwetwe Obi gina ha atwe na Obi gina ha atwe. See yes our MPP for na bebosi because already in parliament no omoda na ma inso and this say no yanka ye ho amom ni ye ka say nsesan ye bia ba wo leadership mu we mu wo side e dey same party ni ne bebre at the end of the day wo no MP na wo di no wo share boss nka okwa akoye we sisi okwa message ni si ye ni aban etu sent me mfa sa aboshe no nko back bie mu so fight for power na nyema ahudo bia osusu se wo se wo mpesu asofo nya no
wetimi apply bi akọ
enti na party position there so obi abe di bi akọ nti ye besre me there I know say it is 94.7 a bit worrying. That is how I would put it because we politics in here can one say no but
we say hey so Eric J can talk slowly like that why Mahmoud Kamara or Temaport and or the way about PK Sapon say Obi tell Eric J that the German South constituency chairman of the NDC did nothing to win that seat. If he is honest, he would admit that infighting in the NPP in that constituency led to the NPP losing the seat. President Akufo-Addo won with more than 11,000 votes margin and our parliamentary candidate lost with less than 1,300 votes. He should be truthful on this for once. PK Sapon and on the way up. Yes.
Oko wenchi constituency. So say German side no more na mo fi na makon apani ni fi obemo ja na muguso kone ade akonwa. We ade was otroba bonte.
The police coup d'etat against Haruna Idrisu's led minority leadership is quite interesting. Granted, Haruna has failed. How is Ato forcing a better replacement? I thank God none of my relatives is a member of the NDC. Regard to Valentino Ninoy Norte Clote Kole Messiah Se Obama Ewo Pokwase. We say, Obi, good afternoon. Please ask Eric a simple question for me, since he's part of their communications team. On what condition was Honorable Haruna Idrisu and Honorable Muntaka taken then in their front line? Has Ghana not been battling with the economy then and now? I rest my case. Godfred Adoa, our Bronx in New York, and or the way I'm praying. Obi, have you monitored something closely? Honorable Daniel Nikwate Titus Glover has been very consistent defending party and government each passing day. I am always delighted hearing his voice and intellectual input in reference to national issues. I am all ears listening to him. I really admire him a lot. Greetings to the people's mother, Honorable Joanna Frances Ada, First Vice Chair, Greater Accra Region, Barrister Danny Eddie Way Abrain. Alfred Kojo Tradels says, good evening, Obi. If indeed the leadership of the NDC in Parliament were not consulted before this untimely reshuffling of our NDC's leadership, then the functional executives of the NDC have goofed big time and need to do the honorable thing by reversing their unfortunate decision, because the Honorable Haruna Idrisu-led minority has done a lot for the NDC, especially fighting very hard to get a speaker and many other important things. I personally don't think it's the right time for these changes. Alfred Kojo Tradels. Obi, I heard Honorable Titus speaking about his successor not doing anything. The NP for Lejokuku there, we only hear him when they are all shouting, yeah. Nanampon Sabediako, Edie Eni. Nanampon Sabediako, thank you for your message. Obi, good evening. Is that Eric J talking? Anyway, I reserve my comment. Yaquinta, Ewo Ashaima. Good evening, Obi. I think Eric would have to face up to the fact there was no demonstrable consultation or engagement with the parliamentary party of the NDC before the changes. For a party busy criticizing the government for limited consultation, we expected more to prove that they weren't just talking about stakeholder engagement, but that they believed in it. Richard Ahiagba, Director of Communications, NPP. Nedia or no dia prayer. No. Mamintie James Kwabena
Bonfe. Messages to Mamian. Obi say Atomoka economic then they know what is in the economy. 94.7. So Obama message and I'm Samantini. Na say Alhaji Bawumia na head of economic management team. Upon mess now we're creating in it. No say emfa Ghana as a sitting president. So question Ghana for bubusa na say the papa ben e woni mu a ontimi na
this is
this also di man penians. He need to anom. But quickly,
yes.
Richard Ahiagba beka say emre bi atwamuko na uri friend uri Kufuado or your opposition leader. No payment penny. Yes, sake national chairman TMA pa uri Polafuku ye pamono uri Kwabena Japan general secretary ye pamono uri Same Crab no a vice chair ye pamono.
Suspension, they were suspended.
They were brofone dodo kanichi. What I say? At the end of the day, no party in the front in the break here now. What they said then they say, what most of you say was saying it is a party taking that decision or the coalition to me the commune. Now see will be a leadership amendments and I such a woman Rashibi Jeffine no think it true. Where are they coming from? Huh? And I know that we are not on prayer. So on the airship for majority group.
Sure.
Debt restructuring by the treats and a so kind. And I add the mom. That is how the thing is. So I didn't say, see, we party not taking a decision. And the MPP before now more testing, more palm question. More, yes, more near reshuffle, more someone. Yeah, you be with you, so I know some problem. More how is it?
Mamina say, James Kwabena Bonfe. Me patcho me yentio the Ekosiisen NDC mu odwen ho sen
say o ma sema me ni kese ka party. You see, I told you as a principal say my guy party politics.
Sure.
Internal party issues na ya na me pese me di ho komo, but me 3 general statements.
3
general statements. Didi kan o ka say o mo be come congress no me ba studio ha so that me ni me titles na me ka say I could do asare where here
no they are congress
na me ka say before that na me ka say afutu amede ma MPP for PP and amede be ma wo mo, and I'll give it to every political party say mo ko internal party contester asamoa ye to abani wia untumi hwe nipa nanim enka wonanim no untumi hwe nipa nanim ensanka no manka wahase no kra manka semua untumi say ya to abanachi untumi nsan ensiso appropriate the toso me no ameka me kan ayibi short statement be free enwuma bi a tawia adama fio Otroye 1982 womo enim tawi adama fio no ni okanja adama fio ni papa no watudi by Nkrumah side the labor and the wounds page 128 paragraph 3
and I read
Ubiti inner party struggle is diabolical and knows no shame. It is as bitter and cruel as civil war.
End of quote. Take it again. Inner party struggles is bitter and knows no shame.
A longer sentence, but I'm picking the relevant part for me. Ina dabi bize kutame.
No. Asempa FM.
Eric, inner party struggle is diabolical.
Okay.
And knows no shame.
Knows no shame.
It is as bitter and cruel as civil war.
Inner party.
Yes. The third statement I made, amanyokuomu akansie and you know say okun de kanono na fere nim unya na o miapa tie ne na Eric oye wo ha me wo bro wo bre papa third statement, and this one is general to political parties. Obi, too many leaders, less leadership. Maybe
too many leaders, less leadership.
Ya wa kanifo bebre nso akanie ankasa atwatwe. Omanyua. Let's understand leadership. It's burden bearing. It's long suffering. It's not about privilege or rights or opportunities. It's about responsibilities and duties. And yes, show of power.
But how well do you know Haruna Idrisu personally?
My knowledge of anybody is immaterial.
How is it immaterial?
Is it material to the Amakiken?
There is resistance in Tamale. Videos, Nibi.
Oh, do you know I'm a Tamale boy?
Yes.
But is it relevant to me?
Chum, muni video no.
Obi, you see, me ba.
My personal. So you know. Your discussion. No, I said it publicly. Say, only was say here. It has nothing to do with my relationship with anybody.
Okay.
I have just expressed me internal.
But we a Tamale boy. The Ekosui any consequence.
Look.
This is
a video where you
Mami can be mama.
Oh, can be my thing.
Eric, what's your problem? The problem is with the video.
What's the topics are more than 5.
No, what's the problem with the
video? And they say we video multimedia. Hey, who? Mom, you were back when that wine. In some more chroma, Obi.
Nothing seminar we also can seminar.
As a baker side.
Obi, young corners item.
Obi. So far, no, which video no?
So far, I said, yeah, 1 hour
TV, Mima commentary. TV, I'm sure they are shocked and disappointed of this development. Now, your best Roman said, my way leading to destruction of properties of the party. Because Banasa, second on the ABG, and the Iraku they should not live to a prapra. Now they are danger. It's not good help. Changing up. Adibakwa nipa dasani yempe society change. A bar yempe yentiasie. But and yes, you leave everything in the hands of God. I mean, you need the pen or ye. And I will urge the supporters of Honorable Haruna Idrisu to let it go. He has paid his dues, and everybody knows. Everybody knows for the past 6 years and 1 month, you look at his performance, minority, I've been so phenomenal. Muntaka fantastic. At the point in time, got to me challenge speaker or any nyadria or Jan Naso a yenny argument forcefully. The reason why he disagrees with the speaker, as Speaker Pakaja said, he will find it difficult to catch his eye the next time. Now, wabe need but pay the dues. Nas leadership of the party feels a bed fine. And the Yama say, me problem na many one say the methodology I want to fast to effect the change and for me. And what has been the input? Mr. Mama must come out. He must let us know because this is an important decision of their party. You want to be their leader, flag bearer, and they are taking such a decision, and we don't see your input, whether
Yeah, but he's not leader of the party. The input will not matter.
No, he's a presumptive leader. That is what they say. Presumptive leader. Matia Minia Suini Ayusu Okujeto Ayusu that term. Presumptive leader. So to take a sensitive decision like this without the input of the former president.
Mate, Eric Ajay, I made Kabila Nechas here. Kabila, any other business. One cast now. What tell you?
Honorable titles. Missy Mamun said,
one after the other. Yes.
Say, ye were party, ye were and she and the MPP, leader of the party, and another Danko Kufuado. More per quayamo Congress, you say, more ya de Mukoi, more MPs near the also no penesia, most more per this year. Oh, ye be my quay. Yeah, your party constitution. No. The leader of the party now, Enye Ura Mahama. The leader of the party is the national chairman. And in the said statement now, okay, was it the leadership no? And I take it this decision. So why dragging in Ura Mahama as you say it was so ye be no 1 year? No, you don't do that. Okay. He's a former president, and I will say ye will be more friendly presumptive flag bearer. That is it. Me, he's my choice. What am I saying? So if I know Sasem na ye can that be never input Ben and Kawin.
Hey, decision
party are taking decision now. Obi, yes, by 13 May. Ye be you be obey the party name. Near your mom bejina and them wom rashi bedroom. Until see be ye can force or Monday econo because you pay or your interested party in a DBA Ekoso. And now the leadership is managing the affairs of the party. So, Mr. Party are taking decision. Don't drag him
James Kwabena Fair. Any other business, me pacho?
Well, Obi, me visa topics out this Sunday, you know. Particular one on the Auditor General's report. Now, me can say, me can na mahunse ye kan hun sembe
sure
particularly COVID-19 expenditure any your friends saying statements are Ziza inti abeka say oya be former na say current minority leader yes we make statement
Haruna Idris wana or a former minority leader
has it been established
no one here say don't get here.
No, Obi, a co-parliament.
Sure.
Parliament.
The party has taken the decision. And the standing orders, a party may decide. That decision has been made.
Standing orders.
Parliament would only ratify. The speaker would only ratify.
Standing order, no national constitution, no share one.
Na hin eboy brasses here.
Maybe some season me and share one penny.
Oh, if we get there, send you be in the constitution.
Okay. Ntina America say.
Yes.
Nti say NC your parliament. Say yes, so kakra. But some me say I issue no mean community. Me make it general statement. But the important thing is a statement be on so I make it about the Ekosiisen
94.7.
Obi, me person me start free me view on Auditor General's report. Afi be am catch ro. Ye pray ye ho wo man mu hadodo. Nti ya nsem bebre won mu a ye ndosuko enko wie peyo. Nti who kai say
made the same point.
Okay, say last week me can make a statement be about Honorable Okujeto Ablakwa. The attitude in Nsembia na Ekoso about the cathedral. Me raising Obi Sandi message be by as if say it's personal between hey, Minia, Samionim. Yes, yeah, we have respect for each other. But I don't approve of his methods. Because I think sometimes they are low. And what in the end? And the other general's report no Obi. We fire national constitution.
Asempa FM.
Now call
94.7.
Auditor General's Article 127. Huh? Now can now ba 187 clause 5 Emma Quantre the Auditor General's report no enya finality.
Okay.
Ena abako samso da hono mu say Auditor General's report Crawford the court ama ya che Auditor General said your ye no say bi wanye ni ye ni ade ebi so hono akopie wo Public Accounts Committee a anya nyina so ama ya hu kra say the ono report ye no ebi ana e wo fa enwie peyo esen ko kan chen say do sika no no the make sraka nyina say yenya abotre kakra. If you say it is not a conclusive report and there are two tendencies Jimu amaye kakra say Auditor General's report na nkasa no it may be deficient, it may tosin because all ministries ni bini agencies na the mpanimfo wo no be ka kire say wo ma accounts ni no eno di adwuma bi accounts bi wo kura it is hidden from them. Na me pese me allegation sometimes the allegations say nsem ni bi kura wo no a omu boshe. So they say Auditor General Zankasa ye wo a special audit report on the office of the Auditor General. One who be that? Who watches the watchman? Yes, but no, that is there. If you go to the National Constitution, it is very clear. Say the Auditor General's Osei. The accounts, this is Article 187, Clause 5. The accounts of the Office of the Auditor General shall be audited and reported upon by an auditor appointed by Parliament. You were in Parliament for how many terms? 2 terms. Did you ever see that?
I don't know because I was not.
But it should come to Parliament. Obi, me can't wait to say near Eda from Moya Cano. Me Quabrabon for Metian, me to me a bogu. But I'm going to be paying tea and a boisrewa. Or Jenny Banta ta no dinner near Twinching. Auditor General's report last year a buyer and who some young can read that. Ye monko guye. Previous year, ya kaya ya mwankogu Ekosiisen o man be na da biada ya ye ho a 30-day nation Asempa first 30 days first 10 days ne aka din second 10 days na defense aba na ye yi the third 10 days na fe de hwete sam na eko
Asempa FM
serious
94.7.
Obi, you're serious as a nation. How meticulous and detailed and an Auditor General's report, you know, I can was me, and how conclusive and there were instances I say anybody because on ya query ya more ya the query a comma or more response on the buy no Auditor General fails to include or capture it. And anytime people say, is it a conclusive document? If it is not, how can we tear ourselves apart by it? Now may can be because me bana uni mini penny Dr. Asibe Obi Obia Openo Onkofa Professor Intiamwa Bedu Committee report. The last Presidential Emoluments Committee. On money clear say this exaggerated fixation about Article 71 office holders being a burden on the public personnel was not true. But can what happen? May sense should be. Of course. Miniana can send be na obi, Miss Macawan mo pay. Opanibi I mean news and never put my boni dia. And no can send be was a quabna politics and told an iron na da kakra. Nada no need your he. Say, oh yeah, oh ministers do also. It's a political statement to show say
for the optics.
For the optics. One na we say word me the enemy say make optics no. Say oh ya me ahwe. Oh ya me hu say oh atin can be. But am pampa say ye how no so no minyin say no kresa na san kwamba na befa so de peri yoni no kredi ye adwuma obiti GES directorate obiti district assembly directorate obiti metro sub metro office obi to media tantantan a wo ye no ho no sika efa mo nsase no yehu eya na efi say e normal me I don't want to cite me nim enkrofo a wo makoji revenue to aye gigi under 6 months na wa shase ye bibia obi a wa bob 20 years aban adwuma mu onsi bi da o maya yetim no anu asem bia meti ya me hudwire me sorry I got hands so bia contribute to the National Cathedral. Oh, one kachire
listener by Roman branches and yet like
Obi na botra na me say me ma sorry nka ho
SDA ka ho
ai me ndai na meti yo me yem shi me I saw them I would never have believed it until me confirm we from high sources say eyampa
na so SDA influential church in the country indeed. Why would you be surprised?
Influential church and so Ghana Education Service your schools education committees Ghana Education Service, this is their act 2008 as amended of the amendment to the 1995 one almost setting up your friend say me say me who dream me say you go trebi now tell me say you trebi we wouldn't have me say hunu hey Obi I will tell you why I'm making that reference. So mine na team no
na say sisi a Ghana for baby na emfo aso say ye dey on mine sika ebesi say sorry na contribute to the so what's the problem?
Ghana for be na emfo aso.
Oh, baby
your parliament did approved it. Your national your Supreme Court approved it. Obi, I went to the Supreme Court on that matter.
Oh, I know. So what can we have done?
And I am telling you this. I know how people made me feel for standing out. Let's cut the hypocrisy. The National Curriculum, the National Council for Curriculum and Assessment, Ghana Education Service, Oko Section 17. Or SDA for now say we influence. Who dey I'm sorry. Was it there is established by this act a body to be known as the National Council for Curriculum and Assessment, consisting of Obobo Chairman Ade. Then Oban sorry Nitio. That is subsection 1C Roman numeral 11. The Catholic Bishops' Conference and the Joint Anglican Diocesan Council. The Federation of Muslim Council and Ahmadiyya Mission, Christian Council and the Ghana Pentecostal Council, and the ministry responsible for labor. Is it for your
that's a sorry beyond anything. Now what's I'm now?
What classify the Christian Council? Our council, the Christian Council and the Ghana Pentecostal Council, charismatic churches.
And as the Moka Christian Council, but said they are classifying my count. There should be nothing wrong with it.
Obi, you are not.
You know the number of churches in Ghana. You won't put any argument or say you should have.
Then better what I said is say, who can say you influence?
I'm buying funny sequence. In sorrow so contribute to and why I say this is.
Who tell the American? Now, Chumna, yes, Cathedral, yes, you know, and now my watch you or Mamuhano. And American was, you're not listening to me. You are supporting the development of the thing. Let's cut the hypocrisy. Look, but me, I'm not even. There was a question I didn't raise at the Supreme Court, but they answered it.
Okay.
Say, whether or not Omai was counted by here, and the Supreme Court say there will always be need for it. That was never an issue I raised.
You raised.
Obi, for me, the point was whether it was constitutionally appropriate or not. The Supreme Court answered. Omo answer no mo de ma ye no. even though I didn't agree with them entirely, I didn't have the strength and had no, I didn't make the decision, say, I'll go for a review. Until we take the decision they have given, as a law. Yeah, I say, and then, yeah, you 10. I bet I did, I have so I'm gonna do pen so I drew no. Yeah, clear home. Now, to me, yeah, the person make no.
Mate.
Enti, media, Obi, Other General, some no Macaria, me the way we from. Yeah, Benya Botre.
Ama.
Na, Mrano so yanya final report. Near who say, Other General Nanka said, Juma, ye no. Or ye ni ye.
Anasa one.
Ana one ye. Or ye ni ye. Mrano man who quite so obe set charge.
Sure.
94.
No, set charge, obi so no one set charge ni ya. Nipa no who quite so court. The burden of democracy, Obi, okay, is a fidelity to law.
To the rule of law.
Law, constitutionalism. And Franco ne say, Wodi Osei Philip Osei Bonsu. Uye minia na unye minia. No creba ne ye ka wonima esese ye ka.
Osei ye ka. Very well. May I say, about an hour ago, the official Twitter handle of Honorable Haruna Idrisu, the handle at Honorable Idrisu, was the official Twitter account of Honorable Haruna Idrisu, Member of Parliament for Tamale South Constituency and Minority Leader in Parliament of Ghana. 1 hour ago, no tweety with the picture near picture of the Parliament, or send a nose mask, Puma branded nose mask, and or say, never let a wishbone grow where a backbone should be. I will and forever serve my country. And at Honorable Idrisu. Amen. Eso tweet no. Eso. Erica J. Any other business now Honorable Mfaye. Sima num. Yeah. Some verification and so.
Can I state your name? Can help you
on. Well, who boss? The twaso. Osei, it drew so over bar messing a kayama. Erica, any other business, me patch.
Nadia said, you near Penita, it was me interested where a party nominate too much.
Cry more than the
who's a serious? Because I need those animals for you. But you have anyway. And Matthias is here now. We be at testimony. Hey, my boy, and our dream. Then never, you just left at 2 o'clock. You do your headquarters, but then you can't, man. Obi, make something small because many a penny raising National Cathedral issue. Obi, one the issue of National Cathedral. You move be more your war. Like I dream be the found. They said they not make a miss me cry master in PB. Yes, is here or no case. Sana I'm off for a cheer to and comment is a no more money.
Asempa FM 94.7.
Me, I am not against Nyame Ejuma. Because you move be more Nyame Krona drum. And or dear bedu baby a dream. Enti adom na ye didi hono. Ye intimi say adom no. Enti adie bia a four Nyame Ejuma so e wo kwampa so no. Some of us ye best support always. Or call courts. They are now wenya. But I think the court of right. At times you have to test the law. Now you know the position of the law because at the end of the day, judgment by say na be case law. The opinion.
Na me kompenchire na me penchire mu.
Onti one lose one.
That me dey say am for the case malusu case. I wanted to understand the relationship between the state and our religious practice or faith.
Okay. So
and the Supreme Court, even though they declined original jurisdiction of interpretation, they assumed enforcement right.
And
went ahead
the project
to make a pronouncement. Say they disagreed with arguments.
For now, I don't want to delve into
cathedral
cathedral per se. The copy or court no more can discuss. But the person met Ghana for TS and say manning as you say in someone in your black or monkey can they are all Ghanaians. obi see a yetmemu for ne de
obi a opinion
and this obi eba abonten na oba bekire na adwe na one ne nya adwe entina last week na woni ha one o man hene no so ba hye mo kakra some ba mo kakra
so ye kire adwe de o ba hye
there say bono mo o man hene am say
now adwe ade a wa encourage no obi ye bia no wa ba be tena say ba hye
no bi wo ho mo de mo pass judgment flat
judgment
video no ma sere
even the Supreme Court akase say criticize the Supreme Court and they use the word almost no matter how rambunctious the criticism is still now they will be here where I say nipa na kire na adwen
that's a odika koma ho ayi wo Adum TV say we of Ekosiisen
now by
that na oni onya CJ ede born wo ayi me catch on is open cooking competition me say open cooking competition I'm from I mean in the fan feel so
you cannot approbate who encourages a man for share opinions obi express your opinion don't come and be bashing you don't do that
opinion share no mo buy mo hia say na mo
na say hia say me opinion
enti mo mienu no obi a host no obi a panel member enti mo no mutimi kire ma adua mo de ne kisan wi ani e cannot credit that na mo kire ma adua atwa san da
say yen ko over
very kaje betumi akwa Eric we
o ko overboard
yen ko overboard so my we die da now to na
one ko overboard o ko overboard am catch
it was so wrong
but let's proceed
but the person Ghana for tears the issue of National Cathedral obi our interest but amount for bebre raise a lot of concerns on say ade ne sha ase a mampani say ye ne die so no obi ene oba abonten be kan bibia because on na da so ne die na woni obi and obe ka kire say de ode ahya Nyankopon bo no say ye agidifo e de obi hye ne nyame bo a yenim say ye one ne ntemu apam nti ewie na ebe ye national boshe na o say ye nyina na so die na mai nti ye moa no nsi aso wo da me ba
through Parliament and the Supreme
Court. I don't know minus through Parliament and
your representation approved seed money for it.
The omode dodge na.
Omode dodge. I sent it to you.
I mean,
that is one of the issues I sent before the Supreme Court.
Manenka said.
Your people, your
2019 budget no. 2018 you know.
Obi what they find that seed money I think 25 million yeah. Fine about so.
Mo approve here.
And I mean, I Kabila anything.
Kwabena Bonfe James.
Already, my dick can make me position clear. Say, I dare find Yankopon who be and I support it. But Kwanya ye fast way. Enti ma Uri Akufo-Addo be catch say e one ne nyame ntemu ampam. Later, no se Ghana fo in ayemo ano. Into a seed money. Fine, ya granted seed money na ma we. Me Cathedral, my problem am we nyina ye baby a yesi ni demolition ayaye. Because Nyankopon na
location.
Yes, that is my problem. Because of her car yabo. Adanya ye dwiregu. She yesi ebu dan yesi dan. They said the omoye wo Yokobo e ho no bi. Ye ebu hospital egu abesi hospital. Sa dan enfofo. Enti ato dan na ye ya ade a.
Na sa hospital omo start e.
O ko da ben.
Me busa o question.
Aye quiet. Nye President Akufo-Addo.
I know you're La Polytechnic, right?
Yes. In community, see, also,
yeah, me say La General.
La General.
Yeah. La General.
Senya na nadwa. Senka je bibia ba kwaje boto me se me kosi abusuafia. Me ko ye ni pesi no mabu ni nyina agu. Utie. Me se me bu agu asifofo.
Asifofo. Ubugu ye wuntimi sha ase.
Say we Ukrombo's man ko wakun. Say abusuafia na ma she form. Dangerous. So the can say ne there's a hospital facility here. Ye buagua. My head. There's a hospital facility here. Ye buagua. Me no ka say. Na no papa ba ko kuta microphone ye onam krum. Oso mu yare omunya baby nko. Mampani ebuagu.
E wo area.
Wo bua de nagu. Oh, suban bisa wo de oba demolition exercise nko na we. O record bi a wa set in Ghana hanye. So looking at the costs. Yo ma cost adan ahodo judge for adan.
Asempa FM 94.7.
Scholarship secretary, baby.
Passport office.
It is too much. Obi why? Now me so wo die no so person na parliament in Chenwa. Sa no ka kire no. Ah, say minim say die no so na no po. Say wieo.
Na so on ka say oson die.
O say ne die so.
Oh promise.
Now,
I know you different from the wason die.
Obi jai maintenance. Now me ba ha na mbehye bo a me no na chetua. Enti wudi adi we nyina ho a enema wadwire agu ne e ka o man no bo and nyese obi e wo se Ghana ye do level bi anse aye nem but obi ye nyansa mu no ye die hiansa ye die fata.
Okay.
Me ba ha on Friday. Apiate Krona explosion.
Yeah, Apiate, yeah.
Na fe pepe bro.
Ye won TV so.
Good. Ye won kofo a obi. Asem na esi ye no ebi mu da so gu asipiti sisi a omunyanya ahusane papa bi si.
That's true.
Ye won kofo omodan ahye tent ne abobo amanfo dem. Eno no enye contingency. By the cathedral share budget team say contingency. What country are we building?
The two are not mutually exclusive.
What are you telling me?
No. Bible. And Kabila so almost see almost see at so what's your point?
Enti say you catch me nua Kabila. See nyame dan ansa ya ko wie apiatia. Eto na so.
That is not the situation.
That is the situation.
That was your apiatia almost see dan way.
And I say tie me as because obi dangerous o. Sika ewura form e National Cathedral $56 million near ejiri. Why? 339 million Ghana cedi foundation.
And no your foundation and all other related payments are from that
related
budget.
Payments,
cut your fair akwana cross say.
Fine.
Architect you know so payment if
30 million.
Ni na free size can be
on a design bed Khalifa. No, I thought that we should be
no your commentary yeah I mean
certain things okay. World Trade Center on a design 130 million. Any what am I say? Any coordinator here coffee by Samedos 28 million Ghana cedi. Why? And those are the issues I raise so quickly on Auditor General's report. When someone walker say a total fine
management responses near the
other. I said the more can in it. Baobekaya, we especially auditor right?
Yeah, on COVID spending.
I think there was some discussion in our parliament and the court triggered this special audit report. So Bekai, I think that was within last year. Obi, had it not be even this report say about one thing, Ghana ni be himself COVID no. Na ye a profit making a yima abayon tissue. Connection mind for COVID connection on the bay. Who doesn't know? Na mema won't conclude once I mean fa. Obi, because what they did in this country,
relevant state institutions should.
The Auditor General's report by the constitutional practice.
Okay.
And you're conclusive.
No, I buy your idea, say. No, you said something. I may know your argument. Maybe I near the Abba. What do we supposed to do as a nation? Say best but in the issue of COVID. Even had it not be this special audit report. No, Ghana ni be him say connection man for be the DRE no. Because we are seeing in Aban the DRE when we reku for Aban. And now me know say this government is still taking COVID levies from us. And nipo tua COVID levy kan say audit report we are. Uji this order obebo mpaya mananado. Obi. Sanitizer ye toma nkwala and it's a report in my any him say mako come re be face cost $100 million. Obi
sanitizer
aduane a ye no ano brono bi so won kran and ye no bi wo brono bi so okumase se bononfo ne ka brono a wote ase patamu nye sen kranfo nyina didi o ewie ya kanititi sika 54 billion ade obi awe na ntwe ba ko it is enyama no bi wa it is so e poisonous class e mo ka kire why. Look at the report. And then you could go upon Chroma. Or Munina San almost so much a risk allowance.
Mammy,
could you know upon here? You see, some of the things, are so disheartening. And we ought to say. So you are telling me, say, other government officials, or more than no moon here. And then Jefferson Seki Muno Mugu presidency, the deputy director of communication, be 19, or Munina no more 1 penny. Is that what you are telling us?
What's the budget now saying?
Yeah, can it is 54 billion.
54 billion.
I know 54 million. But can it is 54 billion? Say 50 cedis nota.
That will say 54 million Ghana cedis. So they bear 540 billion.
That means Tidiano, no, say 50 cedis nota to create a bear 100. What do you mean? I
mean, Honorable Patrol.
I'm
sorry. Honorable, me Patrol, I'm sorry. Na, yamko.
I charge it. I done it.
British Caledonia player.
I done it.
Emre Daniel. Sesi na no more for more to be kasei.
ena wonde sa ba foforo yo yeah kakra mekana ne say topics na domidi maye no Duncan Williams any is one about can say yen suspending
audit
spending
so far
but I think they can still do any audit without necessarily suspending
the project. Okay.
So even though they are right to suggest that, you can't stop the project. So long as you look at cost and time, they can continue to build whilst the auditing can continue. Na obiemu dia womu. Dia mekan say ubeye auditor. I started my work in Alworks as an internal audit assistant. We do what we call pre-audit meeting. Actually, the scope and the methodology the audit is going to take. Or your report no so in the course of it queries be obiano odiba am here respondo. Now or your reporting finally we are the we call the exit. What trust ya dia we hu na dia nyina dia odima modu ba nya no di tidwa. But said ya Kabila edi kan echere na dwo no some of the audit reports nyano there are a few lapses here and there, and I'm sure say PAC of Parliament will be able to address those areas. For example, media information for Adiana Bayano, they said they were ready with receipt and everything to really justify those spending. They didn't capture all that. Then they ran quickly to the reporting any dia one back. And for me, I have no problem. Anybody who was involved directly without a just cause, the audit rules no makwine for surcharging, they should be surcharged. People need to be punished. We hear audit report now we share scar ye twegunwa. Edu babia, then we are going around to struggle to look for money from the IMF. It means the people in authority are the responsibility that shop with them. They must sit up and supervise well. Yama Obi Kwai, he's in charge of this show. The productive team led by Domin, any Justin, any Chumninano, Eboma Yejuma, and to be a Yedeguma shows, Shasuna Yedi. At what I do. Now, Ubi a tweeto, Ediabani Yedi Juma, Naskana would ye Juma, now won't Shasum fan Yejuma, now would ye Fatadia. We have every right to ask you to refund the money. And people must be punished. People need to be punished for wrongdoing to serve as a deterrent. Defending government in the media space has not been easy for us as communicators. That you want us to come and defend? No. And to be a discabi and what's so dear, I was so fit.
On fit.
Or some of fit, and if
hot here me wa.
The beer only have two sims. Oh, bro. Oh, bro. The ones upon Chroma, I mean, your James were tearful too. What don't you?
Why don't you?
Oh, no, Omar is a phone. Or that's what
information mean the press.
And said you any information.
Untie me the press.
Anti-COVID. Ozamozo, young Kanukre.
Yes.
When you look at COVID, PA, and Namuntu are buying a 2 year, you couldn't hear COVID now. For me, I'm so pleased about it. We shared the Juma Ye Ukrumwa would compare sub-region, even advanced countries, India, UK, America. The we are here, dear Nukrano, and so did be. And he said, me, Eric, any this one or any moo with the Covisika and the Maya say, you want a Krumwa. No smacks are near Crevia Buchiriba. And the President to do says, look, you have a Nancy, and then be a Yeokumano. Let's do it here. Then one yes can be to we're here. Menkasa. For me, and so we have been so well with the discharge of our duty as quite a fast one. You could covered.
Okay.
Now we have vaccines now, and it's about topical in the AG report.
Yes.
Say your TS $120 million, and worth of $38 million of vaccines, $5 million an additional 1 million, making 6 million, because we don't have the storage facility to store all of them. And the scanner does work. And the agent is a young good scanning in Fambra, and then we go for the sims as a discount. Because we lack the system and the opportunity to store. And you know, yes, stagger. Say injections na vaccine one say according to 10 and then you credit beshim. But as a business mind, say what do we for Zika Koshe baby sir? What do we baby fufro? And the media you see in Fambra Yanga Karebi wo. Something less than about $2-3 million. Okay. Looking at the trajectory of injections now, okay. Said then we can use some of the money. Agenda 111
very well.
Then finally on the touch all the
training college for strike now.
I mean, can't training training college for strike. And I think no. Any
my face
very good is well
your face
and
next week you better trust
now can I introduce you to man come Obi come coach leader go me in
the Osei never let a wishbone grow where a backbone should be. Can you imagine? I will and forever serve my country.
I salute you, leader. I salute you, leader.
Inner party struggle in like politics and knows no shame. It is as bitter and cruel as civil war.
Yeah, party me, yes,